Welcome to a very special presentation from WDW News Today. On September 30th of 2024, we celebrated the 5th anniversary of one of the most memorable events in our company's history, which was the hosting of an event called Reflections of Forever. The purpose of this event was to mark the farewell after 20 years of operation of IllumiNations Reflections of Earth, which is inarguably the greatest nighttime show in the history of EPCOT, but arguably the greatest nighttime show in the history of themed entertainment. 5 years ago, we were incredibly lucky and privileged to present a day of presentations on the last day of the show's incredible run with all of the creative people involved in making this show happen. It is one of the most improbable reunions I could imagine. If we hadn't had the Stage 89 reunion earlier this year, I'd say these things never happen, but I will say they almost never happen. This was an incredible set of circumstances that brought together our good friend and a man who should be a Disney legend at this point, Don Dorsey, who led the show to completion, incredible composer in Gavin Greenaway, who this started a career for him that has led to him being a composer for many major motion pictures still to this day. To have the actual performer, the actual vocalist who performed in Reflections of Earth, performing in front of people on that last day, and to have them all in the same room, and then eventually all out there at the same time on the promenade watching the last show ever, surrounded by thousands of guests who loved the show and had come to say goodbye to it. The most incredible day. So for 5 years, in order to keep the specialness of that day for those who attended in person, we have held on to this footage. So what you're going to see is a series of presentations that were given throughout a whole day at Disney's Yacht and Beach Club at the Yacht Club Convention Center. And you are going to see all sorts of incredible things, whether it's insight into the creation of the show, the story of how the show came to be, the creative process of the score, which I still think, not even talking about just theme parks, it is probably the best piece of music I have ever heard in my entire life. I would say bar none. To the point at which that it was then used, ABC used it for several years for their New Year's Eve coverage. That's how good that score was. You're also going to learn about how the show was staged, how the pyrotechnics, the Inferno barge, how all those things were constructed, installed, and worked on a nightly basis. So anything and everything you could have ever wanted to know about IllumiNations, you are about to find out. So we invite you to enjoy several hours of incredible content in just a moment. Real quick, I want to mention here at the top, because again, this wasn't produced for YouTube, I'm going to go through my usual YouTube spiel real quick, which number one is, if you enjoy this presentation, please hit the like button. Please subscribe for more content of this kind. And as well, if you want to support content like this, you could become a member of the WDWNT Interglobe Society at patreon.com/WDWNT. The other thing I want to ask is, let other people know. If you enjoyed this or you know someone who will enjoy this, please take to social media, go wherever you need to go, or just give someone a call or a text and let them know, hey, remember that show at EPCOT you really loved? There's this really cool video on YouTube you should check out. So just let people know that this is out there so the world gets to enjoy it the way all of us did 5 years ago. So now, without any further ado, we invite you to enjoy our story tonight, IllumiNations, Reflections of Earth. Good morning, everybody. We're going to ask everybody if you can take your seats now for a moment. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here this morning. I want to thank the creative team behind Reflections of Earth that's joining us today. This is a pretty special day. Not something you dream about doing because you don't think it's something you can do, but we're very lucky to be doing this today. So a couple quick things I want to talk about. During today's presentations, you are welcome to take as many photos as you like. We just ask that no video. Don't worry about it. Enjoy the event. We have 4 cameras filming the event. Please be here and enjoy it. So real quick, I want to, with all these events, we do something, we try to give back to the community, we do something Good. And with that, we've been working with Give Kids the World going back to our WDW Celebrations days, raising money for that organization. And so between Stage 89, which was our MGM Studios 30th anniversary event in May, and this event, all of you have contributed to this wonderful charity. So from Give Kids the World, I want to welcome Stephen Amos to the stage. Thanks for being here, Stephen. I want you to tell everybody about Give Kids the World in case, I think most people know, but in case they don't.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Stephen. I am the Director of Development for Give Kids the World. Just again, thank you so much for coming out and supporting Give Kids the World over the years. For people who don't know what Give Kids the World is, we're an 84-acre property just outside of Disney property that fulfills the wishes for every child who wants to go to Disney, Universal, and SeaWorld, and we give them the best week of their lives. But there's something really special at the Village. The Village is an all-inclusive kids resort, ranging from 2 pools with 0 entry to a movie theater that does first-run Disney movies. So when Toy Story 4 comes out, we get it at the Village also for free for the kids. We have a giant arcade. If you remember the boats from Jungle Cruise that you could drive around, they're at Give Kids the World now. We have a spa that kind of rivals Bippy Boppy Boutique as we do airbrush tattoos there. We have a horse corral. We have one of the world's largest accessible playgrounds where the kids can get to the second story of it. And one of the coolest things is that we have 4 rides there. And a lot of children in wheelchairs, when they go to the theme parks, they can transfer into the attraction, but a lot of times the wheelchair can't go onto the ride. All 4 of our rides at the Village, the wheelchair can go on and experience it. We have incredible partners at the Zamperla Ride Company who custom build wheelchair accessible rides just for Give Kids the World and donate them to us. So, but the best part about everything, I think, is it is a cost-free trip for the entire family. We welcome families from all 50 states and 75 different countries. This year will be the biggest year for us. We were going to welcome 8,300 different wishes, and this past May we welcomed our 170,000th wish child to the Village, so thank you. But it's events just like this that make it possible. We always say 92 cents of every dollar goes back to programming, which is incredible, but we don't spend a lot of money on marketing. So people like Tom who make this possible, for people in the audience who share our story, we're incredibly in your debt. So again, thank you so much for having me today. Appreciate it.
Okay. So with this year's events, we have together, I'm going to try to do this is my first big check, everybody. We have raised a total of $5,000 for Give Kids the World. Present that to you. Thank you so much, Stephen. Okay, so now on to the main event for today. This is obviously a special day. We're doing this on the final day of the show, and we have some really wonderful guests, and I'm going to bring up the first one right now. He is the creator of IllumiNations Reflections of Earth. Please welcome Don Dorsey.
I should know better. Thank you, Tom. I think this mic is on, yes. Gosh, look what I started. It's unbelievable to me to be standing here today after 20 years of wondering how long this would actually last. And there were times when I thought, you know, boy, 5 years, that's terrific. 10 years, wow, that's pretty amazing. 15, my gosh, what's going on here? And we made a full 20, and I'm very grateful for all the fans that kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. And I'm grateful for you all being here today. We have some fantastic memories of working on the show and some behind-the-scenes secrets that we're going to let out for the first time. And I think we're going to enjoy having you with us as we say farewell to a show that has meant so much to all of us. Last night on the dock, as we watched the show performance, one of the technicians proposed to his girlfriend during We Go On. And she said yes. That would have been very uncomfortable had there been a different outcome. But I particularly want to thank folks here who have been on the production team. Please stand up so that everyone can see you. forgotten everything I planned to say. Thank you so much. Thank you ever so much for that. Gosh, these are people that have been in the trenches with me and who would say, you want to do what? And then say yes. And today you'll find out a little bit more about that journey that we went on, actually starting 23 years ago in 1997 when we first began the journey down this road to figure out what the millennium was all about and what we were going to do for it. To begin today's program, I would like to invite up Ron Logan, Vice President Entertainment Emeritus. He was in charge of entertainment at Walt Disney World and around the world, so he knows everything about everything. And John Haupt, Executive Managing Producer. Now, us three guys have worked on every Lagoon show from day one. So we know where the bodies are buried. And we're going to try and sort of give you the lay of the land leading up to what turned into Reflections of Earth and our fantastic show that we're celebrating today. So I'm going to let Ron go first and tell us his story and how he views this whole thing that he kind of refers to as technotainment.
Technotainment, imagine that. Well, I know nothing about technology.
Oh.
But Don does. So you get to be smart and hire people that know more than you do in regard to it. Literally, I know nothing about technology. I have 6 grandsons who know everything about it, so they try to teach me every day, and there's a guy over here that helps me all the time. But when I came to EPCOT in 1982, I was made a vice president. I'd run Disneyland Entertainment for 2.5 years. I started originally as a trumpet player, did the bands, all that kind of stuff. Always in live entertainment, but knew nothing about technology. I knew how to use it once somebody pointed it out. And I still don't know anything about it. And not interested to find out, to tell you the truth. Why should I do that when you got really people who really know what they're doing? All you got to do is find the money to pay them, and then they'll do it. So when I came to EPCOT, it was a real challenge because everybody was worried about EPCOT. Was it going to make it? What does EPCOT stand for? EPCOT. Well, you know what that is, experimental prototype community. We call it everybody comes out tired. I remember the challenge of it, and we had a really tough boss in those days called Dick Nunes, who made us, all our VPs, we had to have a golf cart, and we had a radio in it. So he would say, I want to see everybody in 10 minutes at the fountain at Italy. And you had to get there no matter what you were doing. At which point he would generally kind of cuss everybody out and go on to the next thing. So it was a real challenge. I knew nothing about EPCOT in regard to what had happened because I'd never seen, when I left here to go to California, it was a field. So what is it? And then I saw how big that lagoon was. I thought, man, that's a big body of water. Why did they make it that big? Well, they didn't make it that big. It was that big. I teach classes about this over Rosen College, and I said, you can find dead bodies in that lagoon. Because that muck goes down so far that things disappear. At one time, somebody said, I think I saw a fish. I said, no, you didn't. There's no fish in there. Because with the fireworks we put in there every night, it would be the weirdest looking fish if there was one. So what a challenge. And then all the things you were supposed to have, all these pavilions, we ended up having a few, only 2 really paid for it, like they were supposed to, and challenge. So we knew it was a challenge from the very beginning. I knew of the show that was going to go in there to open. It's called Carnival de Lumiere, because Don worked on that. And I actually saw a test of the equipment at Lake Castaic outside of Los Angeles, when they showed that. And basically it was a bunch of barges that had these giant slides on them. And literally slides, technology. And what would happen is that you would tell a story and then have these slides. And when I saw the rehearsal at Lake Castaic, they were sticking because of all the condensation that you get when you put something on water. So I thought, this is going to be a problem, I think, but I'm not a technical expert, so don't blame me, right? Well, that carried on later on, because once they got those things to the lagoon, it was a disaster. Also, it was a time when our mentor, a guy named Bob Yanni, was a tremendous guy at Disney, went on to go to Radio City Music Hall. It was the last thing he did, but he didn't pay too much attention to it because he was worried more about Radio City Music Hall. So I got involved at that point. This show didn't last very long. How long did it last?
6 days.
Yeah. One reason it didn't last very long is Dick Nunes really hated it. And I remember getting called over one time with a guy named Tom Craven, who was also a tech guy in Florida, when Dick Nunes wanted to let us know what he really felt about that lagoon show. And it was at a time where, we can tell secrets here, Dick Nunes was known to be a tough cookie. And when his hair would get, he had that comb over, and when his hair would get hanging in his face, you knew you had trouble. Because you knew he would be ticked off about something. So we went over to one of the boat docks, and so all the security said, he's in there. And they disappeared. I'm walking into the boat dock with Tom Craven, and we get the reaming of the world. And you guys, and I say, wait a minute, don't blame me, I didn't do this. I'm not a tech guy, you know. And there was one scene especially that Don might remember. It was a bunch of cows kicking over a milk bucket.
That was New World Fantasy. That was the next show.
The next show.
That was the fix for this one.
Oh. Then I learned something here. Well, he hated those cows. And when are you going to get rid of this? Well, that show didn't last very long either. So. Well, anyway, it evolved itself. One thing about the lagoon, everything that was done on there was an evolution, and we learned a lot about what we had to work with. It was a wonderful time when I look back at it. And when you're living through the battles, sometimes it's not as wonderful as you might want it to be, but you learn how to be tough, you learn how to make decisions, and one of the things you do learn, you better hire good people that know what the hell they're doing. And we were very lucky at Disney to do that, with all the people we were allowed to hire. And I'm very proud of that, and the fact that the things we did. With that, I think, anything else you wanted me to tell them?
Yeah, I have a story about, I have my mic.
Okay. All right.
So the original Lagoon show had those very complicated pictures that you saw and was using regular Kodak slide projectors at 500 feet away. So it didn't really communicate very well. The information density was just too much for the crowd to handle. And as you saw on the barge, you saw basically nothing in the projection until the title came on. So I had created the soundtrack for the first show, which was all classical music. And when the show was canceled, I thought, gosh, that was a lot of work for not much. And I had a partner in crime at the time, Adam Bizark, who has gone on to do great things in the theme park industry. And we decided that we would want to make a pitch for how to remake the show. And our pitch was New World Fantasy, which was to take the projection barges that were separated and put them together in pairs and do one large picture on the whole facade and do it in cartoon style so that you would have a chance of it actually making it to the audience. And so that was our remake, and we reconfigured the barges, which were spread towards the North Shore. They were originally projection, fountain, projection, fountain, projection, fountain, projection. We combined the two projections to make what we called a super barge and put a pair of fountain barges in the middle. These are the same fountain barges that we're still using today, by the way. They've undergone reconstructive surgery, I believe, on 4 occasions.
Well, more than that.
And if you've ever stood at China Gate and watched them come out, you can kind of see how they're laying low in the water and probably have seen better days. And I think they'll probably not be seen again after tonight. So say goodbye to the fountain barges. They have been hard at work since 1982. So we reconfigured, we redid the artwork. Everything was hand-drawn. And one of the cells in the story, it was sort of a whirlwind cartoon tour, similar to what Reflections does, but in a more whimsical way. One of the images during the can-can was a cow that was kicking the bucket with da-da-da-da. And Dick Nunes focused in on that, and he says, "You've got a goddamn cow in the show." And he would not let it go. And to this very day, when I see Dick Nunes, he says, "Oh, the cow guy." So I kind of saw this coming many years ago, and so I saved that cell, and I had it framed and sent to him. Best wishes from the cow guy. Never heard from him again.
You know, Don, there's one thing that happened. Because Dick Nunes, when he did the cow thing, was he had gone to a party before. I'll just put it that way. And one of the reasons his hair was in his eyes. He called Tom Craven and I up to his office, the 5th floor of Sun Bank. And we walk in and say, "We're going to get fired here. We're going to get fired." We walk in and he just started mumbling about something. "You know, I can do things and I can be tough and I can be benevolent." No, when you use the word benevolent, "I can be a good guy." "You got it?" And of course you say, "Yeah, got it." And Craven and I walk out and say, "What the hell was that about?" And Tom says, "That's the weirdest apology I ever got." Because Dick Nunes never said, "I'm sorry" about anything.
That's right.
He didn't do that. So he walked out going, "Missed another bullet." Because all of us had to miss bullets. We always used to say, "Is this the silver one coming?"
Yeah.
But we're still around doing it, and we missed them.
There's always been the fireworks attachment on the back of the fountain barges.
It was an add-on.
Yeah,
It was never supposed to be there. So we weren't sure whether the barges were going to continue to float after we put the fireworks there. And it was interesting.
because the show was in a proscenium style facing toward the North Shore, we had complaints from everybody who owned a shop or a restaurant on the South Shore.
Nobody
They
there.
said, "There's nobody there after 7 p.m. for a 9 o'clock show," because they're all going to showcase so they can get a good view of the show. And I guess you could say the show was too successful because they said, "You got to do a show in the round for next time." So we began retooling again, and this is when
Yeah.
lasers were the hot thing.
Yeah.
So-
Laser-phonic fantasy.
We thought. They could get them, that could throw the distance that we had.
Right.
Well, let's go back just a little bit, too, to the opening of EPCOT.
Yeah.
The reason for the whole nighttime spectacular to begin with was, after EPCOT opened, it was hugely successful. I mean, the restaurants were oversubscribed, all the food carts were oversubscribed, you couldn't get on a ride. But at 7 o'clock, the park was darn near empty. Everybody went, "Well, we've seen it, let's go." And everybody left and the restaurants were empty. So the whole impetus for doing something at night on the lagoon was to keep people in the park longer. More plush, more food, more this, more that. And it also became the kiss goodnight. The reason you stayed was to have one last uplifting moment collectively as a group that you couldn't get any other way without putting it on the lagoon. So that was kind of the overall impetus over a long period of time, and as it evolved, it became one of the key elements for the Kiss Goodnight for the park.
As we started to look at lasers and see what was possible, we, Adam and I were at Disney Imagineering in Glendale looking at lasers. They were doing some laser animation work there at the time. You may remember Figment in the Imagination Pavilion. There was a laser thing with Figment. And somebody came through with a bottle of spray. They were cleaning something, and the spray went through the laser, and it made this glittering, shimmering effect. And we said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We can make a screen out of water, and it'll look pretty cool. So we brought lasers down to Showcase Plaza and just sprayed a hose off the side of the fountain barge and saw this, and we thought, okay, we have a chance of making lasers work. If we can figure out how to get lasers on the back of fountain barges, because it reads from the back side of water, it doesn't read from the front. You can't project on the front of it.
And you have to make sure all the laser clears everybody's head by a certain amount of distance. Otherwise, you have the feds all over you. So
that required laying some pretty hefty cable from the marina. So now we got to put power in the middle of this huge body of water. So there was a crew that we had to actually lay 2 of these.
yeah.
And I don't know how long that run is, but it's got to be 1,000.
It was about 1,000, 1,500 feet.
Right, and we had to build a center slip that was stable enough that we could project lasers and not have them wandering height-wise, because every fraction of a millimeter of tilt on that center barge, the beam could move 15, 20 feet at the promenade. So we had all kinds of logistics to be worked out, and then we decided we needed a centerpiece. So we built the forerunner
Yes.
of the Reflections globe, and instead of electronic pixels, because we had no LEDs in those days, we used fiber optics. And so we devised how to create orange slices that could be replicated, and we strung 45,000 fiber optics and had to keep each one mapped to a specific spot on the globe.
Yeah. It was about 5 miles worth of fiber. I'm glad I didn't have to do it.
And then each piece of fiber had to come down into the bundle, is what we called it, which is the equivalent of the Earth globe's video screen. Each pixel on the bundle goes to a specific place on the ball.
And then they had to cut and polish the bottom of each one of those till it was mirror perfect. Because if there was any deviation in the final product, the laser would arc off to a different bundle or fiber in the bundle, and you couldn't tell what was going on, and it all came from underneath.
So this is inside the laser barge. There's 3 lasers here. We had to combine 2 argons and 1 krypton to get a color mix that was balanced. And this was the most complex laser table that had ever been built. It's got 3 layers. You can see in the back, that top layer is where the bundle would come in. And each one of those little boxes along the way is a mirror that would slide in and out in order to direct a beam in a particular direction. And this was some fancy engineering by the laser folks. This is our ball waiting to move to EPCOT.
And the reason the ball is only X amount of feet in diameter is you got a bridge that goes through, out to the canal. When you go over by China, into the Africa Pavilion area, there's a bridge there. It can only be so big because you can't get it through the hole. Because we wanted it bigger, but we couldn't get it bigger.
Right, and it's the same bridge for reflection, so we have the same
problem
size
again.
limitation there.
The other thing in regard to this stuff, they had to put it out early during the day to set it up. And it was the ugliest looking stuff you ever saw. We had all kinds of, what's all that crap on the lagoon? What's going to come up? It's going to be used later. Well, how come it's so ugly? And we messed with that a few times. One time we thought, let's make it really ugly. And like we had a thing marketing came up with that we worked on for a while. It was when the movie Contact came out, around that same time.
Yes, we did a contest.
Let's try
concept.
and the AT&T's banner was reach out and touch someone. So the idea the marketing came up with, well, let's have a 3-year plan in marketing where we're going to send a signal out with this ugly stuff in the lagoon. Is there anybody out there? like contact, all right? And then the second year, we're going to get a response. Yeah. By doing something, we didn't know what. We did things in the air, and then we flew airplanes, we had motorized parachutes, all that kind of stuff. And then the real challenge was the third year, which is going to be the visitation. And we actually messed around with that a while. There's a guy named Norm Durgis who is still out doing stuff. And Norm Durgis actually had a model of something that we messed with where we could actually make you think. We were visited by people from outer space with the use of large blimps, technology.
Yes, we were looking at a blimp that would reach from Italy around to France and rise up behind American Adventure. It would really be a false front, but you would see this huge thing rising up behind the pavilions, and that was going to be the visitation.
And then we messed around with the idea of, because we messed around with a Rocket Man too. If you remember the Rocket Man.
Oh, yeah.
A guy named Tyler was the guy that did that originally, I think. That's the name of Tyler? Anyway, and we had the Rocket Man when the movie was made, the Disney movie, The Rocketeer,
Yep.
out at the studio, and this guy would actually fly. And this guy was a material that would allow you to fly from one end zone to another end zone. I actually did a show one time with my marching band when I used to do marching band at a college, and it actually flew that distance. So we thought, well, let's see if we can make that technology work, and we could use it in some way. And we messed with that out at the airport in Los Angeles, near the Burbank airport, of having this rocket thing, and the idea was, we'll have Mickey fly. But I never could get over the fact it would be Mickey flying. And what if I killed Mickey? So we did research on that too. We actually devised a system with multiple machines where we could actually make somebody fly, and we're going to drop them from a parachute, and all kinds of crazy things we'd work on. The great thing about these guys and the technology, Mark and everybody that's in this room that understands this stuff, none of this stuff had been done. Every single decision was a decision made with putting person A with person B with person C to come out with a D. And the reason we felt good about it is that we had a reason to do it because of all the attendance we had. So the amount of attendance helps Disney invest in technology and invest knowing it's going to cost a lot of money to do it. This show we're celebrating today, $22 million budget. $2 million we use on an experimental concept of something else we might do. So the thing about it was that the demand created the demand to get the best people you knew, and people that were doing really strange, different things. We're going to come back, we're going to hear some of the music today. And when we messed with that, it was like, well, what do I do with the music? Because we'd used the music Donna brought in, which is basically the classics, because Fabiani thought it should be the classics, and we just experimented with synthesizer, then we did our live orchestra with it, and then we made a decision on this show, because of Millennium, it was time to do new music and get away from the other, because it had been something that was there that worked for its time. And that evolved into the music that we had, et cetera, which we're learning more about today, too.
So you want to take us into IllumiNations?
Okay. So, this was a really strange thing. At about that time, Eisner & Wells took over the company creatively. And they were coming down to visit Florida for the first time after their investiture in California. And Tom Craven, our silver-tongued devil, decided that the best thing to do was to do an entire series of presentations of shows that we had in development all at one time, and just march them around the room to look at all the various things we wanted to accomplish. Great concept. So I was working with Ken Dresser at the time. Don was not involved yet, but he became involved very soon after this little soiree we had. And Ken and I had put together these little flip cards with plastic over them and put little dots all over them so that we could rim light all the pavilions and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, so Eisner Wells walk around, look at all these things, you know, and they come to us. And Ken and I are standing with our little flip cards, you know, showing, and we can do this, and we can do this, and we can do this. And they said, well, how much do you think that's going to cost? Well, we hadn't done any engineering, we hadn't done any development, we hadn't done anything. I walked into Ron, and I said, Ron, this is about $14 million. I said, we're going to need to ask for at least that because we haven't done anything. He said, no, that's too much money. You're going to look stupid if you ask for that. You can only ask for 9. So I come back and I go, well, we think it's around $9.5 million. They looked at each other and said, where do we sign? We went, holy shit. Now we got to do this thing. Then we called Don. Said, Don, guess what you get to do? And that's how it started.
Well, the other thing with IllumiNations was the fact that you couldn't communicate between one pavilion to the other to connect it. So we had to hire people to turn off the lights at 9 o'clock.
Switch.
Switch. In the very beginning, but IllumiNations added a whole nother layer.
Yeah.
And it added to our arsenal of equipment that we had created and were very unique with. And the reason the show that we had here, I think, worked is because of the accumulation of things that only we could do the way we could do it. And we learned how to do it by having to do it and getting people to help us out when we didn't know enough. And I learned because we used to have these technical things because I didn't know anything about tech. So we do these things where we bring people in to teach us about the newest technology. We bring people in. Remember one time we do it usually in June or something, and we would bring them in, and they all work for the military. And they would sign these things saying, I can't tell you about anything because it's for the military. But when you bring a bunch of guys together like that, within 2 hours, they're letting all the secrets out. Because it's one of those things, well, I know this, well, I know this, well, I know this, and we learned a lot from that, and then we took from that what we wanted.
And the air launch concept started with a military base. They were using compressed air to launch projectiles for war games. So we decided to turn that into a nice, useful entertainment tool, which we did with the help of some of the gentlemen at these tables, the engineers, electricians.
The key thing is, if it works, everybody who doesn't know how it works says, okay, it worked, great. What else you got? And that allowed us to escalate as we went in regard to one project to the other and finding new technologies. I would ask these guys to come in with technology that had to do with car technology, robot technology, air technology, every kind of technology that I, again, know nothing about. What do they know? And you pay these guys big bucks, which I did. They don't remember that I did pay big bucks.
I didn't get big bucks.
Big titles, you know. Give a nice office.
I had no office.
Oh, you never wanted one. So anyway, that's how it all worked, because you escalate. And the great thing is once you get on that bandwagon and on that process, with a company like this, and they're always interested in what else you got in the arsenal. And it allows you to think longer about it. The most expensive show I was ever responsible for producing was a parade for Tokyo called Fan Illusion, was $32 million. But it was a $32 million parade that paid itself off in 2 years. So we learn with the stuff these guys come up with because they're successful at doing it. And the other thing I would say about these guys, all these kind of guys, they know how to translate it to the people that don't know nothing and sell it. And this is where Eisner got on the bandwagon. And then from then on, it got a lot easier because all you had to do was tell it's the same team, and you say, well, what do you got? And you would approve it.
So this version we used, this was way before video projection was viable. We used Pawnee projectors.
We did it anyway.
We did it anyway. And we did it with, again, Jim Mulder was the key guy from WDI that we brought in to work with us on this. And he would go around and mount all these projectors with the lens he wanted to use at each of the pavilions. They would take a photograph with a distortion grid on every surface that we were going to project on. And then they would go back and they would hand draw all the imagery for all the pavilions with all the distortion already built in, so that when it was projected, it matched and moved with the facades. So one was a gingerbread house, the other one at
Toy shop.
toy shop at UK and various pavilions. All the pavilions it didn't work on because there just wasn't enough projection surface.
Most of them.
Most of them, yeah. But we managed to do enough of them to sell that particular concept for that particular version of IllumiNations. Then we got, go ahead.
And so right about the same time that we started work on Reflections of Earth, John was in Tokyo as Director of Entertainment and Costuming, and had me flying back and forth between Orlando and Tokyo.
Do a show
And
over there.
we created Starlight Magic at Tokyo Disneyland. And we did the early stages of projection mapping there as well, but we used slightly better projectors.
Yes.
But basically the same technology another 4 years
It
along.
was the next generation of the Pawnee projector because we could then do multiple slides for each projector, which
Right.
gave us a lot more vocabulary to work with.
But we did not have enough brightness in the projection and the lighting to match the fireworks. So every time the fireworks would go off, your eyes would shut down and the projections would sort of fade away. But the good thing is fireworks take your attention away from the fact that you're not seeing anything else. So that's sort of the lay of the land leading up to the beginning of Reflections of Earth. And fortunately, we were able to build, each time we did a new show, we kept the technology from the previous show and integrated it. So we were actually adding vocabulary as each show evolved.
Yeah.
And the only major change was to get rid of those projection barges after the very first summer, so that we didn't have those to deal with. But we kept the fountain barges. So
They've
that's
been the
how
one constant.
that's the one constant. So that's the lay of the land.
Well, the thing that you got to do is keep the people that know how to do it, and they'll find other people know how to do it, and then you see the level increasing in regard to how creative it is, how successful it is, because what happens is these guys, because they become known, because they weren't known by anybody when they first started, they become famous because of the success of the shows they have. And I would meet people every week, somebody in to see so-and-so, because they've done this and they've done that. And then work that group and give the challenges of something that might be impossible, but they try to do it. We used to have a saying, it's kind of fun to do the impossible, if you can afford it. I want to say one more thing, if you let me do this, Don.
Yes.
For today, because it's a big day for us, because we're here. We're also involved in a major thing this evening that we're all involved in. And we're going to be celebrating to see the last show tonight. And I thought, I let Michael Eisner know that we're doing this because he's had been such a successful guy for us and so supportive of us. There were many times we went and did presentations to him where it'd be at the end of the day, maybe we're scheduled at the beginning of the day, but he would still be there at 10 o'clock at night working, and we're still waiting to do our presentation, and he would come in and say, what is this? And I'd have my team, like these guys sitting there, and he'd say, they'd present the ideas and just say it, or I'd say it, or whatever, and it might take 10 minutes. And he'd turn to our finance person and says, does this make any sense? And if our finance people didn't agree, I would fire him the next day. But so then he'd say, okay, and he'd walk out and never see the darn thing. You know, and the very first time Eisner saw this show was over at the UK area where the pub is. And I had hosted Maury Provich and Connie Chung, who was there as Eisner's friends, and tell them about the show, and Eisner was supposed to see it. And then Eisner got busy in the pub. So what happened is the show starts, and we're ready for it, because it was like a dress rehearsal. And here comes everything going, and here comes the barge, and then the images on the screen was a test pattern. No images, colors on a test pattern. I thought, oh my God. And Isaac came over to me and said, what's going on? I said, I have no clue. Well, tell them how you screwed up. So I went over to Marty Provich and Connie Chung and say, well, we just screwed up. What had happened, our people were so nervous that evening to make sure it was going to work right. Person after person went inside the thing to tweak this and tweak that. And when they left, they forgot to turn on the switch to turn on that. So I about died that night. But it became a joke, you know, later on. But that night I almost died. So anyway, I thought, I'm going to let Michael Eisner know about this. So here's what he wrote back after Don sent a whole bunch of gee whiz facts in regard to this, which you may want to talk about, because it's amazing, this stuff. So Eisner wrote this back. So I said, give us something to tell to our gang tonight to celebrate this wonderful time we're in. So he says, I asked Ron Logan to give me facts about IllumiNations so I could write something intelligent to celebrate the 20th anniversary and the concluding run of this wonderful show. The facts below are extraordinary and are a testament to the creativity of the people challenged with bringing excitement, exuberance, and jaw-dropping appreciation to EPCOT Center. Don Dorsey sent the list. And now that list produced for me a renewed excitement about what was accomplished, exuberance for memories of the past, and my jaw for the monumental facts around IllumiNations. I remember a lot of high points in my life. My marriage. Saturday Night Fever, because he produced that. The birth of my first son. The Broadway opening of Lion King. And the first rehearsal I saw of IllumiNations. He doesn't remember, it didn't work. From 1997 to today, the word IllumiNations represents the coordination of the impossible to achieve the outstanding. Congratulations to a group that made work fun. And he put 8 exclamation points. Pretty cool.
I have one more backstory for Michael Eisner, which you'll know anyway. Our first IllumiNations, the one with the projections and stuff, he came down for a test rehearsal of the show. We had spent some time putting just Christmas lights on the Eiffel Tower and around some of the rims of some of the pavilions and that kind of stuff. And I had conned Mulder into doing one projection on one pavilion, I think it was. So anyway, we run the whole thing, and we're all standing behind him, and we're waiting for a comment. We want to know whether we're going to move forward or not. Michael turns to his 14-year-old son, who's standing next to him. He says, what do you think? Oh, Dad, I thought that was kind of cool. He says, okay, we can do it. That's how it got funded.
It's also how Anaheim got a hockey team.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to go into
reflections, the details, the backstory, and the fun stuff you all came to hear about. So first, we have an introduction. Is my computer live? We'll find out. This is for the fans.
Good day and welcome. We've gathered here today around these tables because people from all lands have gathered for thousands and thousands of performances to share the night and to share a story. An amazing story, as old as time itself. But for today, saying farewell. And though each of us has our own individual memories to share, a new memory begins now as the storytellers come together as one. I hope you'll enjoy their stories today, reflecting on Reflections of Earth.
I want to say a special thank you and shout out to Jim and the folks at Disney Character Voices for making this possible. This was, for me, the final ask for trying to put this event together. I thought, you know, the icing on the cake is if we can just get Jim to tell us through his craft how much this show means to him. And he was very generous, and here he is blowing out the torches one last time. My first involvement with the Millennium had nothing to do with lagoon shows. I had done a bunch of lagoon shows, and they were looking off in a different direction for some new, fresh perspective on what could be done there. And I was deeply ensconced in the air launch fireworks project. And we were talking about what could we do with air launch, because it was about 1,000 years since the invention of gunpowder. It was Disney's new technology. It was something that could be talked about and marketed, and Disney had patented it, and it was a big deal. And so we were planning, maybe we do fireworks around the world, Disney-sponsored shows in major cities in every time zone. And we started looking into that, and that started to get very, very complicated when we looked at how much product it would take to do that, given the fact that everybody else is also doing fireworks on the Millennium. Our fireworks production assistant, Bernie, said, "I got to make a phone call, see you later." Left the room, never came back. No. He said it's going to be a problem, so maybe we just think about doing fireworks at Disney properties and doing them in a unique way. And so one of the first pictures that I came up with was this idea. And this is before anything about EPCOT becoming the home of the Millennium had been decided. At this point in time, I was pitching this as the second Big Bang. And then, theory. And then we started to say, well, what would it take if we just did this at EPCOT? And we looked at how many shells it would take, how many launch locations, what were the safety implications, what about product supply, what about wind? Is it something we can do every night? Is it just one bang and then it's gone, even though it would be a spectacular moment? Is that enough? Do we build a show around that? And right away the safety folks said, no, we can't do that.
Well, they always say that.
They always say that. But we knew from experience that we really couldn't do that, and it was a huge ask. But the real purpose behind all of this Millennium exploration at this point was to figure out, what does it mean? What are we doing? Why are we creating a show for this event, and what do we have to say in the event? So that evolved to, what are we going to do? Well, why don't we tell the story of Earth in 12 minutes? And I'll design little barge and it'll float in. Then we'll have a show. So the worldwide fireworks were unfeasible. Judson Green's Skylenium fireworks that could be seen property-wide, that was unfeasible. But this had some potential. So I pitched the story of Earth in 12 minutes and everybody said, yeah, what does that mean? And at this point in time, we were still using the working title of One Moment in Time, which, if you just use the first letters, it's omit. So the question was, what can we actually put in the show? These are my very first sketches of how I saw the story of Earth playing out in 12 minutes. As you can see, this very much is the show that we have today. The first, it looks a little more polished, but there's the omit storyboard, page 1. The first sky collision and the debris falling into the lagoon, fountains and flames coming to life, a final launch from that scene, a second explosion leading to sparkles, ultimately creating a star field. Earth travels in, fountains around it, the Earth parks, and then we see imagery on the continents. Add pyro and laser, first finale. Done. That's a show. Well, we need a little more, so we said, okay, let's put some little torches on the water, and then we'll add the pavilions in and some torches around the lagoon, and open up the Earth, and add the 20th torch. Fountains, fireworks, million points of light. You got a show. So that was enough to spark interest and belief in that we could construct something that had a story arc, had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and kind of made sense. So I brought a video, one of our very first working videos, while it was still called One Moment in Time, and you will see this very, very primitive computer animation done by our designer Phil Baker on, I forget what software he was using at the time, but 3D Studio. Okay, you'll see a very small globe, you'll see it open up, you'll see a torch come out and go way too high. And then there'll be fireworks come out, and then there will be sort of a flashback to that "you are here" moment as the sky erupts in fireworks. We were still kind of hoping we could figure out how to do that. But here is the first one. So we kept some of the good stuff and we omitted some of the not so good stuff. But everyone seemed to like the idea, and we began to see a vision of what the finale could be and said, go forth and do the next step. So I had done this little sketch of the Earth globe, and it was time to figure out, what does that really mean? Could it really be done? And how do we get from that sketch to something that's ultimately going to look like this? So we had to get somebody who knew what to do. Fortunately, Disney had a team of engineers, and we have one of them with us today. His name is Steve Felder, and he's going to come up and tell us what it takes to make show barges. Are you wired?
I think so.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I'll tell you, this team, creative, the management, executive leadership, they've done an amazing job at this point. Then they throw it to the engineers. But with the team of WDI, Ride and Show Engineering, the creative staff, the entertainment staff, pulled together a bunch of technical talent that could make this thing work. So initially we started out with our designers and our creative team wanted to know exactly what we wanted to ultimately do based on Don's vision. And we started building the models throughout the engineering process. Once we completed the engineering, we started talking about how are we going to fabricate, and we decided to go with naval architects and people that could build the flotation elements to work properly in the lagoon. So we hired a few nice, well-experienced shipbuilders to help with our flotation, naval architects. And during that time, while they were doing that process, we, our internal engineering staff, including all of our controls guys, and everybody started working their piece. Ultimately, it ended up into central shops where the fabrication of our pedals and all of our screens and everything that you see ultimately, fabrication started at that point. I don't have my book, but Don, we can go to...
What would you like to see?
Well, let's go to the first construction. Was that 8?
8.
Yes.
Australia.
That was, we decided to start with Australia as a continent. And as you'll see, we've got, it's populated with the pixels. And we were doing a color test at that time. We also built a partial pedal that would ultimately use as the test bed. And we started testing at that point. Once we realized we could actually make everything we thought about, we started moving forward and going into the actual pedal construction. And at the same point, our contractors were working on the flotation, which is the base of the earth globe barge. We go to them. Let's see. There you go. We had a company called Sun State Marine that was helping us do the actual barge design and the flotation pieces. They were built and constructed in sections, modular pieces, up in the Jacksonville area. And once they were completed, we had a lot of engineer reviews on their site during that time. We would have them ship those pieces down to central shops here at World. And then we would start putting them all together with all of our technical welders, machinists, etc. And once we got it all put together, we had to install the propulsion systems, which was kind of a unique propulsion at the time. Without getting too technical, we had what they called the tractor jets. We emulated the nozzles that were on the Harrier jets that caused it to be able to, come down in a vertical takeoff and landing. We applied those to the bottom of the earth globe barge with big diesel engines. There were 4 of them. You could actually control these nozzles to make this barge go sideways, crab, pirouette. You could do just about anything you wanted it to do. So we started assembling the barge. There's just a picture of them putting down some wood to keep the deck from getting destroyed. These are our welders. They taking the barge sections and bringing them together. They were welding them out. This particular item was a large bearing. The earth globe, as you know, during the show rotates. Okay? This was a very typical bearing in the round ride design world, where any round ride you get on that spin, it was a typical type bearing. There's some debate about whether it was a tank turret bearing, but I recall it was a spare bearing that we had for one of our attractions in the park. So we took advantage of it. We did all the calculations, load calculations, to make sure that it could handle all the dynamic loads and fatigue that occur in spinning that much mass. This is shows where we actually took the bearing and welded it to the deck of the Inferno barge. I'm sorry, the Earthlow
Not
barge.
the Inferno.
Yes.
Inferno's a different. But that's it after welding. It's got a large set of gears in it that had hydraulic motors engaging in those gears to make it rotate during the show.
So it's actually driven from the inside of the.
Correct. Yeah. There were 3 gears, 3 motors. I believe that's right, Bill? There were 3 in there that engaged that gear set that got that mass. It's an amazing amount of weight spinning, and that's some of the
Big bolts.
Big bolts that molded everything together. So pretty intense. This picture is a section that's on the center that actually, when assembled onto the bearing and all the applications that it does, it allows the pedals to open up. That center piece goes up and down. The actual pedals open through gravity, and then it's actually mechanically driven with hydraulics to close it. This is them assembling that center pedestal, inner and outer piece. And that was done at Central Shops. Now, Central Shops did all of the pedals. Our local group of people here, all of our technicians and talent, they manufactured all those pedal pieces that you see and the actuator.
So as correct me if I'm wrong, the centerpiece collapses and pushes down on the roller part?
Kind of a cam deal. When it's coming down and pulled down by the cylinders, the globe closes. And during the show, it's a controlled release, and gravity opens and releases the pedals. It's a massive piece of equipment, and we had there was a huge amount of engineering, mechanical engineering, that went into the fatigue and stresses associated with this, all of this dynamic motion. These are some of the rollers that were actually rolling in some of the mechanism to allow and carry the load from the big pedals that are opening and closing. And again, that's the assembly. See the little rollers up at the top left? Actual massive amount of steel to deal with that, all that mass. This is a hydraulic power unit. That's mounted on the turntable. It rotates with the globe. And what it does, it provides energy to the hydraulics and cylinders that close and open the globe. It also provides power to rotate, because everything was hydraulic power on that Earthboat barge. This is a picture, see, that is over at EPCOT.
No, this is North Service. This is before any of the screens went on.
Yeah, this is over at Central Shops where we're test fitting the pedals.
Yeah, you put this thing together and took it apart several times.
That's right. Yes. Well, got to make it right? Can't deliver it without it right. Now, each of the panels of the continents on each pedal were made of fiberglass. So we had our Central Shop staff shop actually build off of the engineering models. Each of the panels, and they're all segments, that you can make them manageable and hook them all up. Now, each of these panels ultimately would have a hole drilled in them for each of the LEDs and the pixels that were mounted in them. This is just one pedal, and we had our craftsmen doing the install.
This, when I saw this photograph, I was surprised, and it occurred to me that in order to make the continents, you started with a full sheet on each piece, and then you cut away the part we didn't want. So they were starting here to begin actually creating the continents.
Yeah, the challenge with this, and all these parts fitting together from an engineering perspective and manufacturing, was this was the first spherical LED screen that we've ever done. I don't think anyone had done it in the past.
No.
Ever. So having the the sphere and all the mating pieces conform to the outside or to the steel within the pedals was a challenge. This is a representation of all of the cables. There were 15,000 pixels in this globe, and each one of them had a cable coming off of it. And each one of those cables, that bundles, would hook into a control box, an electrical control box, and it would go to another control box, distribution, then it would go to the computer. So there was a massive amount of cable, and each one of those cables ultimately weighed a huge amount when you get all of that put in place. So that's a good example of what it looked like prior to hookup. And again, some additional cables. Once you get through there are 3 or 4 levels of control box. You go from the little cable to the big cable to the really big cables and then into the power source. This picture here is a reflection looking down on the deck. It's a rotating platform where all of the control systems, the computers, everything was rotating with the globe. So all the power and controls, and there was ultimately we had a large generator on board. You'll see that in later show. This large yellow box there is a 250 kVA genset that was used to power the barge, all the electronics on it. So it required a huge amount of electrical energy to produce the show that we had. Another interesting thing about this show is the computer controls. We had simultaneous computers running. So if one failed, the other one would pick up immediately without any disturbance in the video that you were seeing on the show. This is setting the center section down. I'm not sure why we had it on such an angle, but the rigging people from the crane company were responsible for making sure it's sitting flat, but it all worked out. And then we brought the end pieces in and started welding it and creating a full-fledged barge. It was 60 foot by 30, if I recall properly, and it weighed a good bit. This is where we were loading it, the actual barge assembled without the globe, and it's ready for transport over to EPCOT. Now this whole transport, Don may want to speak to this as well. It was a 2-day effort, and that particular trailer that it was on had, I think it was 23 axles. Each of them independently turned and rotated. And on the back of it, there was a driver. So he was making sure that the trailer was tracking properly, because you just can't lose control of that much, that much weight mass. So we started off at Central Shops after we got it to this degree of assembly without the pedals. And we started heading to EPCOT.
We have video. I want to say one thing. This gentleman in the middle with the white hard hat, he's at the controls maintaining the balance of this whole rig as we go. And you're going to see in the video, as we're going up some of the roads leading into EPCOT, they are tilted. You know, they're cambered corners for traffic. But we had to prepare the route. We did some dirt fill in places where the barge had to go over culverts. Mm-hmm. We laid down plywood. I guess some pretty hefty plywood.
Well, there were times in the route coming over from Central Shops that we encountered bridges and overpasses. Well, right. we were much too tall to go under them. So our WDI team and I believe it was RCID, Rita Creek, that team put together transfers where they just put dirt fill between the in and out lanes of Disney and compacted them, put down gravel so that we could cross and bypass the bridges. It was quite an effort, actually, for the transportation side.
As you will see. You might want to dim the lights a little bit.
And it was a two-day effort, and we walked the whole 11 miles. Now this bridge, we got a call from a person that didn't want us to cross it. We had to scramble, get some NASA approvals and this, that, and the other. But ultimately, we got it across that bridge without any issues at all. A lot of the light poles in the route had to be swung, traffic lights, things of that nature previously. And again, we had to do all this at night and be ready for park opening the next morning. This is one of the areas where we had to swing the lights, traffic stuff out of the way, going by the Grand Meridian. One of the interesting during this trip, we were talking with Don and we came up with the name of some of the creative names for the vessels. So, just something to talk about in our long walking journey. Yeah, we had to go very, very slowly with it. We couldn't afford any tipping or anything.
First night we parked, the Exxon.
Well, that was the end of our first night of effort. We had to park there at the gas station, car care center. We parked alongside and waited for the next night. After park closed, and we started our process again. That's where we're going across the unstable earth. We all had our crossed fingers.
You can see the tilt on the ride.
That's where we encountered one of the overpasses. I believe that's the monorail track. That was a crossing on that temporary part. They had to go straight through the parking lot at EPCOT. Couldn't go through the normal entrance. So we dropped the fence, made sure no cars were parked, and we went straight through the parking lot over to the marina. A lot of engineering went into establishing whether the seawall of the marina could actually deal with the weight of both the vehicle and the barge. So we confirmed all that through a good solid engineering. So once we got it over to EPCOT by the marina, we started, we had engaged a 250-ton crane. That's after
It got lifted into the water.
After it was lifted into the water, and we had assembled all of the pedals. We were doing our testing, LED testing, etc. Those are all the control cabinets. The thing that all that rotates within the globe. Each one of those pixels of the 15,000, each one of them had 12 LEDs in each of the pixels, and there's 15,000 pixels. One of the interesting notes about that design, this was WDI and engineering that actually did this, as you perceive the globe from where you're standing, if you'll notice sometimes when you're looking at a television, you look at it off site, you lose your picture. Well, this globe and the way they were mounted, the pixels, any way you looked at the globe, elevated or down, you would get the same intensity all the way up to the globe. And that was done by angles on the LEDs within the pixel, and also angle on the panels where they were mounted. So you wouldn't have any hot spots or dim spots. So it was pretty unique at the time. I don't think anyone had ever done a pixel on a rope at the time.
No. You could see the whole platform rotating there with all the equipment on it.
So there's some of the technical details. She's a heavy gal. And within that, as I may have mentioned earlier, we put 4 205 horsepower diesel motors into the barge below decks. And each one of those are controlled by fly-by-wire. It was a twin helm, so you never had to back it up, go to either side. And with all those 4 diesel engines running strong, you know, you could do anything. The reason we went with that much horsepower initially was we had a requirement to get from American Adventure out to the center slip, and I forget exactly what the minutes were, or seconds.
But we gave it to you.
But we gave it to you, so I said, okay, well, I'm going to put all the horsepower we need plus, just in case. So we got this massive amount of horsepower. And then I think once we started running the show, we realized we didn't need to get out there that quickly. So a lot of the horsepower and everything we put into that barge was not really necessary, but it was always good to have it. You could ski behind it if you wanted to.
Pretty expensive ski jump.
Yes, indeed. But anyway, some of the neat things about it, 28,000 gallons a minute. That's how much each of the tractor jets, we call them, or propulsion system, how much water they moved during operation. And one of the interesting things that we found out, once we parked it in the marina between shows, cranking it up, the water for that pulls from the bottom of the boat, goes through a turbine, and then comes out and goes through the thrusters to give you direction. Well, what happened was they were so powerful that it was sucking all the dirt out of the bottom of the marina. Right? So we found out that we had these massive holes that we had to deal with engineering-wise. So we went back in, secured the seawall, put in a bunch of fill dirt, rock, etc. Then we put down these pillows. They're kind of a blanket filled with concrete under the dock where the actual earthquake barge would rest. So anytime they cranked up from that point, it would not damage the soil below. You have to find these things out as you go. It's all new. And again, the fly-by-wire, everything was electronic, servo-controlled. There were no mechanical linkages at all for this system. All computer, fly-by-wire.
And there's my favorite barge.
Any questions on the actual earth globe? Be welcome to take them.
How many is there? Is there more than one?
I'm sorry?
Is there more than one globe?
No, it was one of a kind.
What was the cost of transporting?
The cost of transport?
I don't know.
I never really concerned myself with that.
I believe that the bottom line on the entire Earth Globe project was $7 million, if I recall correctly. So that's why there's not 2 of them. Yes, sir.
My limited understanding of fly-by-wire, did you ever lose it from a navigation standpoint from the wire?
Never.
It's not attached. It's,
Right.
it's picking up a signal or something.
That's correct. We never lost it.
Cracked off and lose it, because that could have been a problem.
It could have been. There was some discussion early on about actually GPS navigation for it, but we quickly said no. So, but we never lost it, never failed that I'm aware of throughout the history of the Earth Globe barge.
In the setup for the show, one of the reasons that the fountain barges moved from north, south, east, west was to create a clear path from American Adventure directly to the center, so the Earth Globe would not have to be navigating around barges in order to get from point A to point B. That was the first time we had reoriented the barges since the 1983 New World Fantasy.
There's another question.
Yes.
Was there a second version where you actually changed the display a little bit, or the LED technology? I seem to remember a time when you actually switched a little bit.
Well, during the process of getting it started up, we found out that on those 15,000 LEDs that we had mounted, something wasn't right. So we went to our electrical team, and it was actually ended up being the connectors off of each pixel that connected into the next level of control. Those connectors were bad. Came a whole batch of them from a manufacturer, so we had to go through and replace all 15,000 connectors. It was quite a challenge. Then we had to hope they were good. So,
So obviously there's the torch in the middle, and there's fireworks and fire that come out of that torch. What did you do engineering-wise to make sure that the wires and the pixels and everything, all the electronics, weren't affected by any of the pyro?
well, the pyro fallout, we pretty much decided there wouldn't be anything of any significance to hurt the barge.
Right, all the fire and the pyro comes out of the top of the torch and goes up, hopefully. There is what we call the prayer closet on the back of the barge where the driver parks himself during the show.
Yeah, but in terms of the actual show itself, what's on the screens, I don't recall that changing over the years.
No.
It's been the same.
There was I think at some point, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, when it was repixeled.
Yes, we had that.
With newer LEDs.
About 10 years ago approximately, we had to go through and do all 15,000 again, just to get the brightness and the clarity out of them, because they were just getting kind of weak from over the years. Plus the pixel technology or LED technology had increased over that 10 years, so they've become much better visually.
When we started trying to figure out how to do an LED screen, we brought in, this is 23 years ago, we were just starting to see LED signs along the highways, free t-shirts, discount tickets, whatever. LED technology was very, very primitive, so there wasn't a lot to choose from. And we brought in 3 or 4 different vendors and actually looked at their screens by standing 600 feet away from them. And then trying to get off axis to see, what is the fall off, which LEDs are best. And we ended up going with a company out of Tampa that had never done anything quite like this, but they had the best pixels. Right. So we chose them, and then in conjunction with WDI, they engineered how to do the screens and how to do the control boxes and hide everything behind the continents and so on.
Yeah, that pixel, the LEDs, all the electrical circuit boards within it, cable, everything was constructed at this vendor in Tampa. So it was just fresh. All raw materials conformed to come to what that pixel ultimately ended up being. Now, he commented on the prayer closet. It's actually a bomb shelter. when the guy comes in, or whoever's operating the Earthglow barge comes into the dock and gets ready for show, he disappears, gets out of the open area, goes into the bomb shelter or the prayer closet. He has a control system in there that allows it to start, stop the show accordingly. And they get in there and it's air conditioned, they close off and lock it up, because you're sitting right next to all the pyro, and you're sitting right next to the Inferno barge, all of the things that, we had to consider safety for our operator.
All the things you don't want to sit next to.
That's right. So
the world's most expensive confession box.
One other point of interest is that when the barge drives to the center slip and the driver goes and gets in the bunker, the barge remains powered so that it holds its position moving into the center slip. We don't anchor it, we just keep it under power, pushing itself against the restraint.
That's correct. The actual center slip is an L-shaped slip, so you get that corner in and you just put it in, power it up, stays locked in nice and neat. Yes, sir.
What happens to it now?
Well, that's up to our WDI and the rest of the leadership. I'm not sure what their plans are.
You sell it used. Sell it used.
Yeah, auction it off.
Universal wants it.
I'm not sure what the plans are. A friend of mine at EPCOT did tell me they had big cranes out there standing by.
Yeah, it looks like the same crane that put it in is probably going to take it out over the next week or so.
250 ton. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with the hardware after this point.
They'll probably scrap it, because by the time all the iterations that it's performed, there's not much worth salvaging. So they'll probably sell the steel off for scrap, because that's typically what's happened in the past.
Or you'll find pixels on sale in various...
For a buck a piece.
Go to eBay, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Most of this stuff, Disney builds like that. Like Spectromagic is one of those. When that was stored, the parade, and you couldn't bring it out again because when it was stored the wrong way and disintegrated. So the problem is with this, by the time you run 20 years on this stuff, it's pretty used. It's pretty used up. And the technology changes anyway along the way. One thing I want to mention, because the great thing about these shows, they're inspirational. They're inspirational for us too. When you see it work, and you see these guys, I mean, it's like tough guys crying too, because my God, it worked. And my gosh, it's working. I had to handle some of the situations where I didn't feel that way. And I actually got one person, only one person, on the internet complain about the finale of the show when the torch comes up. Because they complained that it was a phallic symbol that we put into our show. Yeah, boy, that's a long stretch in regard to that. But there are people, you're always going to get some critic that's going to find something that they can make fun of, and etc.
I will not comment on the 1,000 points of light.
Yes, sir.
One of the stories that I've heard told more than once relates to the fact that it was covered with LEDs and it sunk. Is that true in any way?
I'm not aware of that at all.
I believe there are some people telling that story on tours.
It's not true.
Going for the...
We're going to run out of time if we take all the questions
Yes,
now. So later on when we break for autographs, you can ask anybody anything at that time. But we need to keep moving here because we've still got a lot of show to talk about.
That's right.
Let's talk about playing with fire.
Okay. Let's do it.
Here's
as you can see on these testing of each of the 37 fire effects,
We need those on each phone.
which the creative team had a look they wanted to get out of the actual flame. With a propane, typically at your house on your cooking grill, you use the gas that comes out of the propane to light your thing. But in this case, we chose to get the flame effects and the clarity and everything that the creative team wanted. We pulled off of the liquid phase. In other words, we didn't just use the gas. We went down in the tank and it was pure gas coming out of those nozzles. Certain times you could see the actual blue core of unignited gas coming out. But essentially that's the reason in how they managed to get the flame effects that the creative team wanted to see.
we ended up, I think, with a vocabulary of 8 or 9 different effects, and then they let me sort of play with the barge layout until I was happy I was going to have stuff shooting out in all the right directions and shooting up and so on. And then we developed a scheme for programming. Because I was a keyboard player, I said, you know, why do we don't need a special programming rig, let's just use a MIDI keyboard. So here's some video of that very fun but very short programming session because it was over quickly because it worked too well.
This was amazing for me, being an engineer. I was still amazed at this, that Don could actually control those flames with his keyboard to get exactly, tying it into the music and the lyrics and everything. It all worked out perfectly. It just blew me away that day.
I wanted to keep rehearsing. It was so much fun.
You could have got into rock and roll, Don. Great balls of fire.
Yeah, that was an amazing night.
One of the legends is that once we had the barge and it was in show, there was a bit of curiosity about, you know, how hot is it?
It was hot.
It was hot, but you know how how show technicians are. It's like, well, what can we do with this that might be fun? Can we cook something out there? So there was a lot of experimentation about, you know, what actual food could be cooked to perfection in a single performance. Does anyone want to take a guess as to what could be cooked to perfection in a single show? The answer is nothing. And this will show you why.
On one side, there used to be ducks that always hung around the barges, but they quickly learned.
Yeah, one brave technician stepped up and says, well, I've got a video camera, and if worst comes to worst, I'm willing to sacrifice the camera, but let's see what life is like on the barge. So here is Inferno Cam.
The Inferno barge, essentially it's 30 by 60 as well, I recall. And it just floats. It has no propulsion at all. It's barged out with another vessel. Weighs 150,000, it's 30 by 40, 60. And again, within all the piping, the gas piping, everything, the nozzles, you know, we've got a significant amount of pipe. There's 37 effects. Each one of those effects had an ignition source for the gas, and they had a video, not a video, but an eye that actually looked at the burner that was going to ignite it to make sure that there was flame there that went down to a valve. And if for some reason the flame was not there for ignition, it wouldn't open the valve. So it was a very complex system. Again, about 2,000 degrees, we put aircraft deck coating on the deck of the Inferno barge. It seemed to last for many years and did very well. It's the same deck coating they use for jets that, you know, they're thrust and stuff. So the actual, each of these shows, I believe we went through 600 gallons of liquid propane. And there were two 2,000-gallon tanks underneath the water below decks. And you know, probably guess why we put them underwater. So anyway, they were below decks, and we used 600 gallons per show. That's a significant amount of propane. The air launch fireworks system was right in the center of the barge, and during the collision show, right at the beginning of the show, an air launch would come up and shoot a round up off the Inferno barge. And we were at France, one of the other air launch systems.
Oh, at UK.
They would have the UK up on the roof, and they would fire off the Inferno barge. eventually, that was moved because of the intense heat, and we put it over.
No, we moved the incoming.
Right.
Eric is going to talk through that opening effect and how we coordinated that.
All right.
I do want to say that we had high hopes when we started rehearsing that we were going to also be able to launch conventional fireworks off the corners of the Inferno Barge. And we had built little walls around these isolated areas. But we found that the mortars were not happy and the product wouldn't last. And so we had to can that. And we moved everything back to the fountain barges and to the mini barges in the intervening spaces. Because the heat was just too great for the traditional pyro on the barge. So why don't we turn it over to Eric Tucker?
Okay.
Because Eric is the guy with all the pyro answers.
Don, one quick question. There's no driver on the Inferno Barge during the show, right?
No, sir.
I didn't think so, but I know that.
Not even before the show. It gets tugged out, or yeah, it gets taken out and anchored before the show. Have at it.
Good morning, or afternoon at this point. Don was talking about the Inferno Barge, and I have to say that we tried the Bernie Durgan, and I tried to put some fireworks in the corners, and we did it one time, and we went back out, and there was nothing but a puddle left. We had to chip it off of the deck. The other, I think there was a lot of challenges here with pyrotechnics. Speaking of fire, at one point Don said we need fireworks to come out of the center cauldron. And the center cauldron, of course, is a fire system. And I'm looking at it, and Bernie and I are looking at it, and he goes, what do you think is going to happen? And I said, I think all of the pyro is going to ignite. It's a lot of heat, right? But we drew it out. We drew out a system, and off it went to Central Shops. And Disney is amazing. 2 days later, there's perfectly made CNC milled stainless steel stuff sitting there for us. And we put it all in there, and the engineers, thank you very much, explained that the heat signature from flame is elevated and it goes up. And so all the pyro you see coming out of that central cauldron survived from the first time we tried it until tonight. It's never been affected by it. It's amazing to me still. It's counterintuitive to us. Where do you want me to start?
Well, we started by figuring out we needed these unique floating effects that had to be time delayed so that we could launch them during loud music instead of in quiet spots. And then they had to wait and light on cue some amount of time later.
The nautical effects, there was one specific effect that it was nice working with Don because we knew exactly what the show was. It was, in the world of creative directors, it can become a little fluid in terms of what's wanted. But with Don, we knew exactly what the show was and the kind of effects that we needed to develop. The floating devices fire out, and they have a bobber, so they go up a very short distance. Takes amount of time, typically about 7 seconds, to right itself, and then it wants to ignite. However, in the floating torches, the pyro products we challenged to make these had to go out, and because as they fired they made kind of a burp noise as it flung out, we needed to time them on a musical cue to Gavin's music so that you never heard them go off. That equaled 47 seconds. They needed to fire 47 seconds prior to them making a flame on the skin of the water. That's a problem for us. To use a pyrotechnic delay, I think we figured out there was over a meter of delay required to burn to give us 47 seconds. And we ended up going to a small computer chip system that actually we took the technology from the air launch system originally and incorporated that so that we built these small computers into every single piece of the pyrotechnics that were flying out that would sit there and wouldn't ignite the unit for 47 seconds, so they would pop on cue, but you never heard them fire. It was one of those Don Dorsey problems that we kept banging our heads against all the time. The 1,000 points of light is one of the other serious problems that we had, because I knew what it needed to look like. I just didn't have any idea how to deliver it from a pyrotechnic standpoint. And we ended up going to a company called Panzera in Torino, Italy. Very old company. They invented the Roman candle. So I said, I need this, and we decided on the compound. It was a very bright light with no tail to it, so it was going to stand up hard against the sky. And I said, I need 30 millimeter Roman candles. We decided that was the format that we were going to go with. And I need 10 shots in each Roman candle. And I need less than a second between the shots. Nobody had ever made anything like this before. It took about 6 months just to get the timers to work correctly. Then we had 144 Roman candles originally, if I remember correctly, that all fired with about 1 frame, 30 frames per second is what we were working in. And we would step through them so that the image that you saw was randomized. And actually Panzera got so good at making these, we had to retime it 3 or 4 times because it kept getting more and more accurate. And suddenly we're getting this thing that looked contrived. And so we had to start messing with those 144 cue points and move them a frame here and a frame there so that we started from the center. This is some of the stuff that came out of the middle of the fire, which is, again, counterintuitive to us that do pyro for a living. That took about a year to really get working correctly. But once it went in, it's been in there 20 years. I've lost count how many candles. I actually did math on how many Roman candles we fired. It's hundreds of thousands.
A lot of candles.
What's that?
A lot of candles.
Lots of Roman candles.
Talk a bit about how difficult it was to make the mini torches a mini torch and not something huge and bright like pyro wants to be.
Yeah, it's and I think some of the guys from Pyro Products might be here today. Thank you for everything you've done. Making pyro small is the hardest thing that you can do. Making it controlled and small is very difficult. Big and loud, that's easy. We do that all day long. So they had to contrive a small tube that would emit a flame that wouldn't put out too much light so that we wouldn't interfere with the LED image that was being put out, and at the same time have the feel as the torches. Don said, the torches that are surrounding on the promenade, that's what we want in a small scale, except spattered all over the water. And it took a while to get it to be controlled. And of course, we're throwing it into water, right? And it's going to sit in there, and then we had to put the computer chip on it so that it had a long enough delay. So all in all, it was, I would say probably is the hardest single piece of the pyrotechnics in the show that we had to develop, of everything that you see. It needed to be soft. We got the timing so good that it was almost jarring when they went off, and we actually started to play a little bit with moving a couple of frames here and there between them so that all just didn't go boop. So that as good as it got, the guys that make this stuff got it so good, we had to induce error electronically and digitally into the system. And this was the first fully digitally controlled fireworks show at Disney, if memory serves.
Yes, I believe it was.
So this was the first time that we had everything from programming. I don't want to date the show, but I wrote it in DOS. And it was controlled completely by a system called PyroDigital that was a new technology at the time. And so we would take time code and we would jam sync to that time code, and we resolved to 30 frames a second, and everything ran. So it was the first time, and that made people a little bit nervous. And we had to also interconnect a lot of that digital control to systems like the fountain barges. Oh yeah, the fountain barges are going to dump water all over our electronics and our pyro through the whole show. There's that. And we also had to control where we wanted things to break, because it's a 360 show. which means the wind is going to blow to somebody in the show. And so we had to control where those breaks were going to happen, where the debris was going to fall. And so we were all of the aerial shells that you see in the show are a very short retard or timer. That's the little trace you see going up. And we wanted to break them quite low. It did a couple of things for us. It was water, and so the paper was going to go into the water. But also, as you bring the shells down, they look bigger because they're closer to you. And so it solved two purposes. Everything in the show was custom built to spec. It took a year and a half to sort of sort through all this stuff in various parts of the world that we sourced the material from.
And new color.
We did. Pyro products, again, Don challenged us with, I just don't want the reds and the greens and the yellows and the whites. I want pastels. And so we started, and we named them. We made a pumpkin, which was orange, but not really. But we wanted it to be not really because it set up next to the aqua that we had to develop. So there was all this series of colors. There was a four fan of colors that we wanted to play with. And they would all talk to each other correctly in terms of contrast. That took a while too. We had spectacular failures.
That could be taken wrong.
Failures in terms of color. We had colors that would emit dark burning phenomenon, where it would burn itself, it didn't give off any light, which breaks a lot of thermodynamics, if anybody knows about it. But we persevered, and we ended up also having to make them that were contained. We wanted patterns that would be contained because it's 360. By the way, 360 means if you put this angle on this barge, it's this angle on the opposite barge. So everything reverses itself based on your point of view. In the round, fireworks is very difficult because it gets confused to the viewer. So you have to be very specific about how you sort of march your way through the show. You want to set an image, and the show is very specific in its message. The humanness and the transcendence that it had in terms of the arc of its story. And we had to be careful not to step on that message. There are times when no fireworks is exactly the right thing to do.
Last night, excuse me for interrupting, last night we watched the show from Mexico Dock, and the cue that Eric always wanted to have, but I wouldn't let him, he jabs me with his elbow.
20 years we've been arguing about this cue. And it's when you come out of the cave in the video and man comes out into the world from the cave. And Gavin produced this fantastic musical point. And from a year before we did the show, I'm arguing with Don. He said, no, we can't. That's when man walks out of the cave. And I said, but it's perfect, right? I've never won the argument, obviously. Don is stubborn.
I'm not averse to committing.
No. There was one scene that's the jig, and I wanted to.
Creativity section.
What's that?
The creativity section.
Yes. We refer to it as the jig. And it's just, Gavin's music is just so, you know exactly what to do with it. The first time that I heard the music, we knew from Don what we had to do. And then I got music tracks. And I went, oh, okay. I knew exactly what to do within 10 minutes of listening to the first series of tracks. It was that easy, just because the music is that good. But during the creativity section, I wanted to do a monochromatic scene, blue and white with white highlights. And we argued 4 or 5 months. I won that one. I won it.
I gave it. But you gave me whistles in return.
I did. It was a trade. Yeah, we did whistles. We now do something other than whistles. because of a different iteration of the show. Nobody had ever done anything like this in pyro, and you know, I was young and kind of got this little happy face on, and my first Disney experience working on a Disney show, and John Haupt pulled me aside one day when I was scratching my head trying to figure something out, and he said, you know, kid, and he says, when the Disney machine is behind you, you can do anything. And it proved to be correct. And it was like 2 days later, we got all the fitments out of shops for that holder that had to go into the cauldron, you know, and I looked at it and I went, wow, he was right. And it's amazing. And again, it was my first Disney experience in working on a project. I couldn't believe what was possible. It was that simple. If it was the engineering on it, you know, I'm sitting here watching the engineering going, you know, I'm just a pyro guy, but I was just drop shot every single day watching what they were able to produce. When the flame, the Inferno barge, I gotta tell this story. Don's programming the Inferno barge, and I'm standing there in the middle of the night, and I'm watching him on a MIDI keyboard, and he looks at me and he goes, you wanna try? And I said, oh yeah. And I remember pushing middle C and watching stuff erupt, and it just, you know, I'm a fireworks guy, right? You know, I like this stuff. And so I sat down and I started playing this keyboard, and flames would come out. I never experienced anything like that. Only at Disney do you get to do stuff like that.
Talk about what we had to do to create the opening collision.
The opening collision was, on paper, a simple thing. On paper. We had an air launch that would shoot Comet. It had a computer-controlled chip in it because it would shoot out originally from France.
From UK.
UK, right. And it would shoot out, and the pyrotechnic product that was required to make that was kind of the easy part of it. But this computer chip, it would have to cross the promenade, the computer chip would go off, it would shuck this shell casing that it had around it, ignite the Comet so that it ignited in midair, and then continued to the center of the lagoon, and stopped at the center of the lagoon. Without getting technical about why that's hard, it was hard. Hard to do. And that worked. And then we needed to meet it with an air-launched shell. And this was actually 2 shells. They were cylindrical. They were 125 millimeters, 5-inch piece, upside down of each other in the air-launch chamber with 2 chips in it as well, because we didn't want the timer going up on a normal fireworks shell, because you wanted to surprise the people that this happened magically. And that worked. The shells worked. We got the shells to do what we wanted it to do. We needed it to be messy and not very, and you know, shell makers like perfectly shaped, proportioned shells, and we wanted something that didn't do that. That actually was the hardest thing we had to do, was to make the shells look messy. And then we had to get them to meet. And that took, I want to say it took 6 tries.
Yeah, it cost you dinner in France.
It did. It did. I forgot that. But we were about 7 degrees off the first time we did it. So it was kind of like, you know, I got up and literally sighted it burning, and I just looked down the barrel and said, tink, 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 let's try that. And then we started adjusting. Because of air launch, we could adjust the altitude of the shells that we were firing to meet that comet. And we just kept ticking and increasing altitude. I think we had to increase altitude in order to make it. And finally, on the 6th or 7th try one night, it was perfect. And it touched.
And we have some video. Sorry. Not perfect. So here's the finished effect. 1 shell, and that's actually the 2nd shell that you didn't see go up. And we'll do it in slow motion so we can reveal to you the secret. This is the comet.
And then 2 shells come up.
And the comet stops so that you can see the 2nd shell igniting. And then the comet continues through it, but we put comet material in the other shell so that it looks as though that was the source of the explosion. So one more time.
I thought it would take far more time than it did to get that to work, right? I thought we'd be at that for weeks.
That's what air launch can do for you.
We were able to it was digital at that point. And the funny part about the comet that comes out and the musical string that draws that comet out.
The scream.
It was perfect. But the fact that we had to shoot it over the promenade in those days, and it had to be a non-ignited pyrotechnic at that point, and at the beginning of the water, the computer chip inside the comet would shred the shell, ignite itself, and continue on without diverting its trajectory, which was one of the things we were worried about in the beginning. It was kind of the shucking of the shell would sort of knock the comet off its track. Turns out it did. The air launch worked pretty much perfectly from day one. Thank you.
Have any quick pyro questions before we break? Over here.
Well, in recent years, that launch sequence has changed. I think it comes from the American Adventure. Now.
Yeah, now it's moved over to American Adventure for a lot of in-park logistical reasons. Regulations have changed in 20 years, and that's the other reason that it moved.
It's made it a little harder to actually get the two to coordinate.
Yep. Yep, yes. Any other questions?
Since you can't really see the approach of the second shell, why isn't it just one shell that goes up and explodes?
Safety. Okay. If you send an explosive across the promenade and it explodes too early, that's why we chose a comet that doesn't really explode and we don't ignite it until it's passed. If you had a regular fireworks shell and it went too far, you'd blow up people in Mexico who are trying to have a nice dinner.
So, and we also had to throw a payload up there that was fairly sizable. 2 5-inch cylindrical shells that are about that tall, that big around, stacked. So that's what that effect ends up being on the meat.
Those chips that you keep talking about, do you use them or it just ends up in the water?
They get burnt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they burn up, and it's a little PC board, essentially, is all we're using.
So you reload them every night? How long does it take to reload?
Yep, you do. Everything, all pyrotechnics gets burned and reloaded on a daily basis. Hats off to the operations crew for this show.
Yes.
This is the best operations crew I've ever seen anywhere in the world, is EPCOT. Thank you very much.
So while we take our lunch break, you are going to hear background music from Gavin Greenaway's 2 CDs. And after lunch, he'll be back to tell you about the actual music. We'll get into the video. Hello. There's more to talk about. And there's more to listen to. A lot more to listen to. The good stuff is coming soon, I promise. Now, I don't know if you really processed, but Gavin has 2 solo piano CDs out. One of them is up for Grammy nomination now. So if you know anybody on the nominating committee, I think I have to vote for him. But I would be remiss if I didn't also point out that I have a couple of albums. In case you don't know, so what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit more about filling in the story. We've talked about the hardware and the pyro and stuff, but remember that we're trying to tell the story of Earth in 12 minutes, which isn't a lot of time. And we did a series of presentations, and at each level of presentation, we tried to up the artwork a bit so that we could keep the momentum going. And so we moved from that very simple sketch storyboard that I did originally into some, I'll call them a more elegant version of hastily drawn sketches, so that we could continue making presentations to convince everybody that we were on the right path and we were going to have a good show. So we created these black and white pieces to take us through essentially the same show flow that I showed you before. This is an expanded version to try and capture a little bit more of the action than from my 12 frames, I think it was. But it's essentially the same scenes. This is the end of the chaos section. The star field is created. The Earth appears in the distance, floating into space. Arrives at the center and begins to show us images on the screens. Takes us into our first finale. And then moving into the second portion of the show, the little floating torches. Adding the perimeter torches around the lagoon. And then finally, the big one. 1,000 points of light. Now this looks remarkably like that original fireworks filling the sky, doesn't it? Because I kept telling him I really wanted to try and do that. But no, saner minds prevailed. We did get Reggie Stanton, who does a great deal of presentation art for the Disney company, to do the color rendering. And Reggie's really fabulous because you just kind of get him on the phone and say, well, we got fountains and there's an earth that opens up in the middle and a torch and then floating things on the water, and you get this in 3 days. Really a remarkable guy, and we've used him on just about everything that entertainment's done over the years. And so we get through that round of presentations, and then people start to say, okay, but you've told us the Earth appears. What are we going to see on the Earth? We've got all these lovely pictures that just jump from the Earth appears to first finale. So now we had to get serious. And before I could even talk about music, we had to create a storyboard that had some emotion to it, some feel, some color, some life of some sort. So we moved into what's called an image storyboard. And I basically took a week and sat down with the internet, which was quite new in 1997, and went on a search for stock images. There are companies that just have libraries of pictures, and you search for things that you might think were interesting. And I put them together in the actual progression that I wanted to try and tell the story with. So the first frame is just heat. And I used a couple of pictures of water in here because I wasn't sure if we were going to start with boiling seas or lava or exactly what we were going to do. But the first frame is to convey the idea that it's hot. Hot colors moving into cooler colors and actually into water flowing. And then water flowing, of course, as in our final show, leads to vegetation. We go from red to blue to green. And then I had this frame of diversity of plant life, I'll call it. And I did this because I was trying to show a progression, but what I ultimately decided, and why this particular kind of statement isn't in the show, is that we're still sort of moving monochromatically through our feelings. And I didn't want to get too specific with botanists trying to figure out, well, why are you showing this particular flower or that particular flower? And what we found out when we started studying how fast the Earth rotates and how much time it takes for people to recognize individual images, we found that we didn't need thousands and thousands of pictures to tell the story. We had to move very deliberately from one image to the next because we had a lot of things working against us. We had screens in the shape of Africa, screens in the shape of Australia, screens in the shape of South America. And so whatever images we were going to ultimately choose to put on the Earth, they had to somehow fit within those very unique frame structures. So next in our story, after we go through vegetation, we are looking at large life forms. And I wasn't quite sure how we were going to do this in the story. I didn't want to be so literal that we showed actual dinosaurs, because I wanted to be actual photographs of everything that we were showing. And there are no pictures of dinosaurs. So we had to sort of imply the presence of dinosaurs. And those of you who know the music very well, and I assume that's all of you, there is this moment, ba-bum, and we hear the very deep, resonant footsteps of large creatures moving across the planet. And then we get into, okay, how do we get out of dinosaurs? How do we get moving on forward? I came across this picture, and it struck a memory in me of a cave painting that I had seen, and that's this one. And if you compare the two pictures, this gave me the idea that I could do a transition from a live creature photograph into the representation of something that a human had created. And this is the moment when we, in this show, without showing people being born and without creating a huge musical moment, we could subtly show that humans had arrived on the planet and were beginning to create things. So we debated how many cave paintings we needed to show, and as I said a minute ago, we couldn't show very many because we have to keep the story moving along. We decided not to show tools and things like that because those were very specific. But I did know that we had to sort of accelerate out of the cave into exploration. We had to start figuring out what this planet is worth, what it's about, what are the things to see and do. So I knew that we needed this accelerating moment. And all throughout the show, the theme is acceleration. We all live in times when the next iPhone is coming out, the next technology is, it seems like it's just a few months away. In the very beginning, it was millions and millions of years before changes really took hold. So that's why we start with a very, very slow drum beat, and we accelerate, and we accelerate, and we go faster and faster. The show is built the same way, with the very slow, after the chaos, of course, we have the very slow beginning, and then we pick up tempo, then we accelerate again out of the cave, then we accelerate towards the first finale, and then at the millennium moment, we pause and recalibrate for the next series of accelerated moments. So after we leave the cave, at this point, the imagery that we were going to look for is people exploring. And these are just some quick images that I pulled together without trying to identify any specific modes of transportation. Again, this is just to communicate in the process of presenting the show to executives where we were going with things. As transportation develops, ultimately you end up at flight. And what do you do when you fly? Is you fly over beautiful things and discover the world. So this is how we get into the moving scenery, and then ultimately the goal in my mind was to fly up over a ridge and discover a city. We found out that that takes a long while in a film. We could not find any video that would give us that sort of a reveal in any sort of time frame that was acceptable or that fit inside Africa. But in the show, it clearly transitions into flying over landscape. And then, of course, the pavilions turn on, so we're establishing human structures, architecture, cities and skylines. That's where we're going with this section of the show. And then we sort of take a moment to stop and transition into what we call the creativity section. And this is a bit more abstract. This is about, okay, what do humans do? How do they express themselves? And this is, of course, the art, music, dance, sculpture, all of that sort of thing, leading ultimately to technology and to the space shuttle liftoff. Now this sort of, in my mind, this brought us now from the creation of the Earth up to present day, space shuttle being relatively recent history. And to get the heart into the show and to communicate the idea that we're saying goodbye to the things that have gone before, This is sort of the memorial moment when we do the beloved faces. The idea is to put up faces of people that people would recognize or appreciate the accomplishments of, or revere or admire, some sort of appreciation for what these people have contributed to the last century. There was no photography before the 20th century, so we were pretty limited in how far back we could look or what sort of faces would be recognizable. So these are mostly faces from the recent past. And then the final face that we see is that of an astronaut, because we've implied the space shuttle taking off, we are going to space, and now we're looking back at the Earth. And for the first time, we have the perspective of the planet as one whole place that contains everybody and everything we know. Because Reflections of Earth, at its heart, is not a history lesson. It's a lesson in perspective. And this is the moment that was most important to me, is to realize that we need to see the planet. We need to understand what it means to actually be here and to celebrate a millennium. So in my mind's eye, as I'm looking at this, we have an astronaut, we see the reflection of the Earth in his visor, and cinematically, if I was doing this in a theater, I would pan around and you would see the stars swirl by, and then you would come into focus on the Earth, and you would enjoy that transitional moment. You would understand that here's what he's seeing, now I'm seeing it. But with an African screen and a South American screen, that kind of cinematic movement just doesn't work. There's so much going on around in the show. It wasn't going to work at all. So we decided that, okay, we'll do a special effect. We'll sort of do a swirling thing. And coming out of that, we had not ever shown the Earth globe as Earth. And so this is the moment when that effect congeals, and the globe that we are looking at becomes the planet. And we are now able to see the planet as one entity. Then, of course, we start again. We recalibrate. Now we're moving across the Millennium Barrier, or any New Year's Eve, into the future. And this was all about, this was where the idea for the campfire and sharing stories and passing the torch and passing candles and so on. So this, we knew this was going to be a montage of people from all over the world, showing the diversity, as much diversity as we could, showing as many different kinds of people as we could. And we actually ended up creating a cast. We did a casting call of, I think, about 160 people, which I had to interview individually over a course of 2 days. You know, 160 people at 5 minutes each, that's 12 per hour. It was quite a long, grueling process of interviewing people, but we were really interested in their family stories and what they knew about their heritage and where they had come from. And they came in their ethnic dress and told us their personal stories, told me their stories. And from all of those people, we picked a cast, I think, of about 16 or so people. And I've got a little video I'll show you of our filming session with them. Had a lot of fun with that. We actually had fire on set while we were filming. Not a big fire, but enough that they could actually have something to try and reach out and connect to. So at this point, we had finished with enough meat on the bones of the presentation. You know, we knew how to do fireworks, we knew how to do fountains, and now we had a plan for how the story was going to unfold. And the next step is to get some music happening. Well, before I bring Gavin up, I want to tell you that the music timeline was not as straightforward as it should have been. We started in August of 1997 trying to find some presentation pieces that we could use when we were talking sponsors and executives through the course of the story. And because the story is really unusual, it was hard to find samples. we found a couple of shows. We used One Moment in Time a couple of times. And we did a presentation to Michael Eisner in September of '97 in one of the ballrooms in this convention center. And at that time, Eisner's question to the marketing people was, I know you guys are marketing monsters, but what is the meaning? And then I got up to do our presentation. He says, this is great. As long as the music is awesome, this will work. So with approval from Eisner, we also found out that he had made a deal with Hans Zimmer to do music for the next Lagoon show. So we thought, oh, okay, so Hans Zimmer is going to do our music. There was also a question of whether or not somebody was going to commission a symphony for the Millennium. So that was sort of thrown into the pot. It took us until January of 1998 before we had final word from on high that Hans Zimmer would be the choice. We contacted Hans and arranged for him to come to EPCOT in March to see the Lagoon, to see the existing show, and sort of understand what it was that he was going to write music for, because it's not like a film. And it's not like a film in many ways. And one of the ways it's not like a film is you don't get to have the footage while you're composing the music. With a show like this, we need the music first, and then we put the images to it. The music has to structurally contain the emotional development, but the composer has nothing to look at, except for the pictures that I had put together. So, it wasn't a couple of weeks later that Hans said, I'm sorry, I can't get there. Why don't you come visit me? So it was another couple of weeks. We flew out to Los Angeles. We had a nice meeting with Hans. We talked him through the storyboards. We showed him the pictures. He said, oh, this is great. This is great. Let me tell you how I work. What's the due date? Well, we opened October 1st of 1999. So sometime in the middle of October, I'll get on this. This was a year and a half away, and he's telling us that we couldn't have music until 2 weeks before we open. And that's when we said, this is not going to work. We cannot work that way. So after some wrangling, another month has passed. We are waiting anxiously for something to begin hanging skin on our bones. And Hans said, well, I'll tell you what, since I can't do it, I'm going to pick somebody. I'm going to handpick somebody from my team, and you can use him. Well, that person turned out to be Gavin Greenaway, and we finally got to actually meet in person in May of 1998. And here to tell you about that fateful meeting is Gavin Greenaway.
So, can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay. I'll try and speak slowly. This is very exciting. So, Don's laid out the preamble, and it was, for me, a dream job, a dream opportunity, because I'd not that long previously said to Hans, you know what, I know I'm in LA and I'm working on movies, but I've decided that I don't really want to work on movies, which, you know, living in LA is kind of a problem. What do you do? And he came to me, obviously around about this time, and said, I've got a great job for you. I didn't know any of this backstory till it went a bit further. And I realized quite quickly that I was no name. You know, who is this guy been fobbed off with a second-hand composer to do a job that is probably the biggest job for the theme park for the next 10 years or whatever. So I knew I was on a kind of a hiding to nothing. And actually that helped me an awful lot, because I thought, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to get fired probably week 2, something like that. So I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to write some music that I want to write. And that was one of the problems I struggled with in movies, is that you write the music to the film. The film's done. You're locked into the timings, you're locked into all sorts of emotion that exist in the scene. And I was looking for something a bit more. Thank you, Don. And this is the perfect thing, because as Don has said, you need to imagine the music, make the music, imagining what's going to work with it. So, having decided I was going to just give it my best shot and nothing to lose, I drove down to Don in Anaheim in my car, and we met, and I didn't bring any music that I'd written whatsoever. I think one of the things, as you just alluded to, it's quite hard to find music that suits the project. And I didn't want anyone hearing something I'd written for something else and going, well, that's clearly wrong, and sullying the pitch before we started. So I made sure that no music from me was heard by anyone. And I turned up at Don's with no music.
That's right.
And we spoke, and he showed me that last storyboard. I think I took some notes.
No notes.
I didn't take any notes.
No pad, no writing implement. Just sat there nodding. Yes, yes. I understand.
Now I've noticed some interesting things today. One of which is that it was Eric's first show for Disney. I didn't know that. I thought he'd been part of the team forever. And also that Don is a world-class archivist. He has information about me that I don't have. He remembers things that happened that I've got no recollection of. In fact, I'm going to play some music in a minute, and I've lost everything. I finished the job, but Don has all the demos. And now I have all the demos, and I'm going to share with you some of the outtakes. Where was I?
You were right there.
Okay, I'm right here. So I took no notes.
So we had the meeting, no notes.
I took no notes, and I said, Don, this is really exciting. I'm excited. I'll get back to you. I got in my car, and I started writing in the car. And I was thinking, chaos. And I just started, and the thing that I quickly realized was that this had to be music you could hear once and understand. And that meant it had to have an arc from beginning to end. Thematically, it had to be all linked in some way. So all the themes, even the ones that I started with, they're linked. They're not individual things. They're always relating to something else. So, and it also had to be simple, relatively simple, and the orchestration would present it to you gradually. So in the car, I'm going, chaos. Now, I can't do anything too crazy because this is a broad audience. I want kids who are 6 to understand it, and people who maybe like serious classical music also to understand it. So I'm thinking, it's got to be pretty tonal. It must be pretty tonal. So I start thinking, chaos. In the car. It's quite good. So I was having ideas as I was driving back. Got back, started on the piano. And the way I work is I have a sheet of sheet music. I sit in front of my piano. I try stuff out. Lots of trial and error. Something I like, write it down. And then after some time, I go to my computer. In those days, I had a whole cupboard full of samplers with orchestral sounds in them. And then I orchestrate directly into the computer the fully formed orchestration. So driving back, I'm having ideas. I get home, I get to the piano, I'm excited. I start work on what I call the Beethoven theme, which is the dum da 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 da. I wanted to hark back to a sort of classical time, so it was really very tonal and straightforward, but classical edge to it. So 2 or 3 days in, I'm really excited, and I think I called you. Did I, Don?
You called me. You said
I got that right.
You called me. You said I'm on to it.
Yeah.
It won't be long. Bear with me.
So 3 weeks later, I sent the CD, and I think I knew I'd pushed it a little bit, but some people here were slightly worried.
It'd been 3 weeks with nothing, and we're already several months down the road from where we thought we were going to be. Remember, we started like in November of '97 to try and figure it out. We're already to May or June of '98, and I've got barge people saying, "How much time do you need to get from here to there?" And Derek's saying, "What about these fireworks timings?" We had a lot to think about, and I had no answers. So I'm kind of treading water, and the CD arrives in FedEx 3 weeks later, and I'm shaking. Is this gonna make it, or am I dead in the water?
Okay, so this is the first, I'm going to play you the first demo. Now, I didn't get, because I knew I was pushing my luck with the time, I didn't get to the song at the end, and there's lots of subtlety missing, and there's some themes that didn't make it to the end, but I think you may well be surprised at how much of it made it into the final show.
This is the first thing anybody on the project team heard.
should have just stopped there. But Don wasn't having any of that.
No, I have to say, I'm a little overcome because I remember this moment of receiving the CD, and it moved me to tears then, and it is now. This is the moment when we knew the show was going to be great. It was going to be fine. It's easy to pick and choose. There's so much material there, obviously, that made it to the show, and I was just so relieved. I collapsed on the floor. I just thought, how do I communicate to people how great this is? And I didn't even know that Mark had received a CD the same day. Mark Nichols, who was our producer at the time. And he called me. And what did you say?
Did you just get what I got?
Yeah, I got it. Back to you.
So that was 3 weeks of intense work, and I was living and breathing it, and but I was inspired. I was inspired, and listening to it now, I don't know how I could do it now, let alone how I did it then. It just the idea of the project and the fact that I knew I was going to get fired immediately afterwards. I'm going to make something for me, and that was it. And clearly, it did the trick. So then we get into the fun stuff. And the fun stuff is how do you take something that kind of works and make it really good? And Don is so brilliant at getting into the details as well. So from here on, it became this two-way thing where I would suggest ideas and he would say, okay, well, this needs more whatever. And I'm going to pick a couple of, a case study. Chaos at the beginning. I was pretty happy with that. And Don said, now we start getting to the criticism. It's just not chaotic enough, and he is absolutely right. And part of my way of thinking was that I know this is going to get a lot of iterations. So if I put every single space full up from the beginning, I've got nowhere to go. So I did leave some space intentionally. So we've heard demo one, haven't we? So I won't play that again. I'm going to jump forward to the second. Just of the Chaos section.
Chaos 2.0.
Chaos 2.0, where I added some more low string runs and some horn accents and some trumpets. And at this point, we're working out our working relationship. And Don's kind of pushing me, and I'm kind of pushing back a bit. I don't want to do too much too soon. Anyway, so here's demo version 2 of this section. So I didn't really go much further with that, and Don says, no, I need more.
This fire and pyro. Give me.
So okay, I try again. We're still getting warmed up. So this is
warmed up.
This is from demo 4. Now demo 4, same section. Added tims, added weight, so it's getting there. But one of the things about this is that it's a bit long-winded. Unfortunately, probably like me, I'll go off on tangents. So Don said, "Let me do an edit. I'm going to edit some of the stuff we don't need out," and he sent me back this. So, and that's pretty much the version that made it into the show. Okay, so...
a beat here, a bar there.
Yeah, but when you've only got 12 minutes to do the whole thing, you can't waste time. I wanted to play you, this is something not everybody knows. The end of the Chaos section is the countdown.
It's a countdown.
From 8, because 8's a good number of beats.
I might even be able to do this.
So this is the first, from the first demo, just to say here, and then I'll show you what we added, and where I went slightly wrong, actually. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it counts down 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't think you knew that was in there initially, did you?
You told me.
I told you, okay.
I felt it.
Yeah, of course. So there's a lot of little jokes in there. And then in the iteration where Don was saying, oh, we need more excitement, I somehow this happened. This count, if you can count it.
That final hold.
Yeah. And then we had the real end. So that's sort of the way we're working.
That was the stall for Pyro, by the way.
So I'm going to jump back to the second demo I sent. We're good to keep playing this stuff? Is it interesting? No? Yeah. Okay. So
they're not going to let you out of the room.
Second demo I sent. Now, there was always this tune that I thought was the main tune of the piece. And I call it the Pictures from an Exhibition piece. Da da dee da dee da da, because it reminded me of Great Gates of Kiev. But Don was trying to get me to put more of the actual story in. And in this second demo, I took a number of wrong turns. And there's a tune that I don't know how it got to be there. It's like a bad English country dance.
There are good ones?
No. I'll take that. I'll play you a good section of the second demo from where it departs from the original. Tune at all. And that's how I was kind of weaving in the tunes I had to try and give it some coherence. Still from demo 2. that tune didn't survive as such, but I did use it later on as some figures as an accompaniment. I'm going to play this next bit, and I don't know what it is until I hear it. That's the tune that didn't make it into the piece, but it ended up as a kind of tag at the end. And this... the first time that appeared in the demos in the second demo. So 2 demos in, we had pretty much all the material. And then Don said, this bit where Homo sapiens appears, it's just not working. It needs something.
The thought at the time was, from the perspective of trying to look at evolution, the appearance of humans on Earth was not a big deal. There was no one around to go, oh, this is important, this is going to mean something. It just kind of happened. Evolution is a slow process over millions and millions of years, and all of a sudden we're aware of humanity. And I really didn't want to announce a triumphant moment. I wanted it just to be part of the natural flow of things. And so we went back and forth on how do we make this moment unique and special, but not significant, because we don't know yet how significant this is going to be.
In the first demo, I hadn't really clocked the significance of this moment, and I was kind of doing my classical homage. So I'm going to play the order, in order, demos 1, 2, 6, and then 7. So here's demo 1 again to refresh our memories of this section. I don't know when man happens to this.
First time we hear time.
But Homo sapiens appears, and apparently is immediately able to play classical music.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds like a bad documentary from the 1970s. The Ascent of Man or something. So I missed on that. Here's my second attempt. At that point, I fired my drug dealer.
You've been hacked.
So it wasn't all plain sailing. There were some wrong turns along the way, but Don had such a clear view. So I got back on the right track with this. Is demo 6, and this is the. It's very difficult to tell this in chronological order. It didn't happen that way. So this piece of music I'm about to play was. Time myself enough. This is part of We Go On, which I actually wrote later on in the process, and I'll talk about that in a second. The appearance of it at this point in the show turned out to be way too early for it to appear. So here it is. And so just to finish the journey, this is the last demo, and we're back on track. Here it is. Actually enough, but when you see the images, it's just right. It just takes you just through gently, and the cave painting and the So thank you, Don, for the help. So this next little section I've called "How Stop the World I Want to Get Off," and by the end of this, you'll be saying, "Make it stop," because I really, really struggled with stopping the 7/4 section. What do we call it? That's a celebration, is it?
Yes.
End of celebration before the song at the end. And initially it went like this. It went like this. Maybe? If not like this. And Don said, "That's not enough. I need a little bit more." And Don said, "I don't think you've understood me. This needs to end." Okay? So I said,
That's called the musical finger.
yes. I don't recall your response. It was fun. Oh dear. Yeah.
I forgave him.
Yeah. So this is what we ended up with, I think. Better, but still not right. Okay, yeah, so we got there in the end.
Literally.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about, let me, before we talk about the song, because that's a whole thing in itself. There was a tune that I wrote for the last song, which was about 3 demos in. And it was sort of okay, it almost worked, but it didn't. And I'm going to play this. I think it's the first time anyone's heard it outside of the two of us. See what you think. So this comes off just after that, in fact, in the show. There's no singing at the moment, it's just a guide. That's because it is. I was trying to tie in the parade to the evening show, and so in fact in Promise, the song of the walkout, the verse is the tune from Tapestry, and the chorus is the tune from Reflections. And I thought it would be really neat to tie them together in this way, but it just turned out that that didn't have enough heft to it to be a final tune. There was just something a bit too contained. And just as an aside, writing Tapestry Nations was literally, what's the simplest tune I can make that you can sing along with as you hear it, and just go up by step and then back down again, and still call it music. So that it was designed. The best tunes was. It was designed to be very compact and easy, and we needed something with a little more lift. And the time I was actually living on the beachfront in Santa Monica, I went for a run on the beach, knowing I had to come up with this tune. And during the run, the tune came to me, which is, as we know, we go on. And I'm going to play you a demo which doesn't have words because Don hadn't heard it yet to write the words. But it does have a singer singing the tune, so it's the first time that Don heard the tune sung. Here it is. about that time, he said, we've got all this material, but it's just not hanging together. And if you remember the demo 1 and demo 2, there still isn't this central thing that holds together. I mean, you heard the two said, this could be the thing that holds it all together. So I then went back, and keeping the orchestrations, which I kind of liked, I replaced those old tunes with this new We Go On tune wherever possible in the piece. And I'll play you, this is how the section was before we came up with this tune. It went like this. Replaced with this. Presentation there of a theme. Now, I don't know if even Don knows this. One of my all-time heroes in music is Johann Sebastian Bach. I think, if I ever feel like the world's getting me down or I'm giving up on music, I go sit at the piano and play Bach and everything's fine again. And I wanted to put that in there somewhere. But I didn't want it to be anything that was that obvious. In that section, I had an idea then, and there's a tune hidden in there. I've slowed it down so you can hear it, and I've put in every single note of it, and you'll hear it. I played it on an electric piano or something. Have a listen. My little homage to Bach hidden in there amongst the lyrics. It's dotted around, it's not obvious, because I thought if it's at all obvious, people will find it. But now it's obvious, everyone knows it. Remember the tune which I called my... English? No, not that one. The Mussorgsky tune, the picture from an exhibition. That I thought was going to be the da-da-dee-da-dee-da-da, the big thing. A little bit square. Replacing that orchestration, keeping that orchestration, but replacing it with the new tune. So here's A and B, here's what we had. Spaceman. Spaceman. Russian. And here's the final version with replaced We Go On tune. Same place on the tune. Back through the whole show, it all fell into place. And then it was just a question of some tweaks here and there. Before we went to record it at Abbey Road. We all got on the plane, or planes. Yeah, you have some video. We have some
video.
The master archivist has...
This wasn't shot by me, but I was there, as you'll see.
Something for posterity.
Oh, hello, posterity. I'm sitting on my posterity.
Say good morning, guys.
Good morning, guys.
Studio One. Okay. Alan, he's the engineer today. These are assistants. And there's Dan Cement, he hires everybody. And that is Gavin Greenaway.
A6.
The control room. This is what we're doing today.
And that was what I got when the guy won the best prize.
We were told there was no filming allowed, so we filmed anyway.
It runs for a year. It's one of the Disney theme parks. A year? Years. So it's quite, quite exciting.
Run for a year, you said years.
So that's up to you. That's up to me. And we'll start rehearsing at letter A, which is part 39. 2, 3, 4. I'll leave now. Okay, so this is 37. Here we go.
Hold 5. Rolling on 5.
So I'm struck by how young we all look. It was 20 years ago, that's true. And I still work with a lot of those musicians, some of the younger ones anyway. And Alan, the engineer you saw there, working the tape deck. We were recording on tape in those days. And not all digital like it is now. What you don't see from that was the night before we arrived at the studio, Alan handed these big multi-track tapes over to the assistant engineer. And we'd hired in a Mitsubishi 32-track recorder, which is a slightly different system from what they were used to. And the assistant wound the tape round the wrong capstan, pressed play, and stretched the tape within 10 minutes of us arriving. At this point, Alan said something unrepeatable and told me to leave the room. And he just said, go, just get out. So Alan had, in fact, unknown to me, made DA88, remember DA88, he made DA88 little backups. So we had, how many would it be? 4 tapes, backups, which he carried with him. He only, at the last minute, thought, I'll bring those tapes with me. Because it's a pain, because you have to put them through security. And he reconstructed the tape overnight, so he had about 2 hours sleep that night before the session. So it nearly started with a complete disaster through the assistant winding the tape on him. And then the recording finally did turn out okay. We went back to a studio in Los Angeles and mixed it, which I was used to. And that's when the next step for me, I'll come back to the song in a minute. But I want to just jump onto the mixing in the park, which is the most amazing thing because we'll go to the park, have a great time, we go home. When everyone's gone home, that's when all the new shows come out. That's when people do the work to make the next show or the next attraction work, because you can't rehearse it with people watching you. So we came and we spent 2 weeks or something, I don't remember how long it was. Every night we'd come out after the park closed and with a big Pro Tools system, remix the track in the park, in place. And that's why, certainly, I think at the time, it was a new sound system. Yes. And it was the first time that had been done whereby the music had been made to be particularly site-specific. So some of the sound effective things we got in, they come from behind you, and then Alan worked out how you could make a stereo by going left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, all the way around. So wherever you stand, you get some sort of stereo. Previous to that, it had just been a mono system. So that was the first for the parks as well, or at least for EPCOT. And for me, it was just this amazing, surreal experience to be in the park with nobody there. I would just walk all the way around the lagoon and hear it from different places. And it's
not the way you usually listen to music.
Not the way you do, but it was a lot of fun. So we'll take some questions in here, but I was going to finish up by talking a little bit about We Go On and recording of that and Promise. So we'd settled on the notes and We Go On, and then came the issue of the words. And I'd never pretended to be a lyricist, and I think it maybe was assumed that I could write lyrics, but I'm not a lyricist. It's not my bag at all. But I did have a friend who I thought might better do a reasonable job, so I asked her whether she should have a go, and she wrote some lyrics, and they were okay, they weren't bad, and they were working towards something. But I was concerned, so I sent Don the partial lyric as far as we'd got, and said, here it is so far, it needs more, whatever. And Don was pretty lukewarm about these lyrics.
Can I interject?
Yes.
The first song lyrics that I received were called We Are One, which is now the Animal Kingdom show. Not the same song. Interesting, same title.
Yeah. And you felt, Don, and you're absolutely right, that it didn't have this propulsion in the lyric. So you came back very quickly with something that was far, far superior.
Well, I had always felt that in my mind I wanted to write a wedding song, we are marrying the past to the future. And I also felt that the passing of the candles and all these ideas of connecting things across boundaries was very, very important. So I described it as a wedding song, but in the context of the passage of time. And what came at me first was nothing down that path. So I felt, I hadn't intended to write the lyrics either, and there was a lot of discussion about, can I do that on my contract, or what, legally, what are we doing? It took a while to work out the technicalities, but I was actually on a flight home from Florida to California on a layover in Dallas, and I was on a call to a very close friend named Mark Nichols, who happens to be in the room, and he had been reassigned to a different show. He's the one who set up this show for success, both in terms of scheduling and budgeting. And I was doing my best to console him because he loved the project and I liked him. And I just said, we go on. And then I got on the plane and it came to me. And by the time I got to California 2 hours later, we had a song.
Really cool. And so we got back in the singer you heard earlier to sing We Go On for us. And it's one of these things, you can imagine all you like, but if the person doesn't fit for some reason or the sound's not right, it's not going to work. And although the original singer sounded beautiful singing the R's, well, when we gave her the words, it didn't sit. It wasn't her fault, it wasn't anyone's fault, it just didn't work. So we went on the search for someone who did fit. And we found Kellie, who came in quite late notice, I think.
Yes.
And absolutely nailed it. I mean, just spot on the We Go On.
I think it was 2 takes.
Incredible.
One time read through, second time nailed it. Thank you. We worked for 3 years. She comes in half an hour. Saves the show.
Saves the show. And at this point, we also had already written the play-out song, which was Promise. And if I haven't said this already, or if you don't know it, the verse to Promise is from Tapestry of Nations, and the chorus is from Reflections of Forever. So I thought that's the perfect play-out, because you get both experiences. I'm not sure that the executives were terribly pleased that I just rehashed some old tunes, given and asked for a new fee for a song. But anyway, that's the way it worked.
I should have got that.
Yeah. And Kellie came in, and the night before we realised that the chorus lift into Promise was way too high for anyone to sing. So I quickly...
He scampered off to the back room and came back in 5 minutes with a re-engineered modulation.
Yeah. And there it is. And that was just done that was so simple, quick and easy. And that was it. It's finished.
That was it. Then the rest of us got to work again.
All this stuff that you've been doing in the morning that I didn't know about. Because I came in on the project, no one was telling me they were making this. I knew about the Earth, they didn't tell me they were actually making it. I had no idea about the pyro that was being involved. You work in your own kind of little space, and then all the pieces come together. And the first time I saw the show, I was speechless. They said, "What do you think?" I wasn't expecting that. Because it was overwhelming, because I knew the music, I had imagined these fireworks, but what I imagined was like a fraction of what actually happened. So yeah, it's all the pieces of the jigsaw.
I came down, I would watch from the roof of Mexico, and Gavin was somewhere on the promenade with his wife, and I came down on the promenade, and Gavin came running up to me and says, "I have no idea."
Yeah.
So that's how the music evolved. Thank you for sharing that. This was so much fun, actually.
Yeah.
save questions for Gavin until the end.
Sure.
Like during the autograph time, you could abscond with him in his consciousness for as long as it takes. And we're going to have Gavin and Kellie come back in a few minutes. But I want to share with you some moments from the video that we produced for the Earth Globe. And I discovered that I had a copy of the highest resolution of the Earth Globe video laid out flat. And no one has ever seen this before today. I put this together, recomposited it just for you guys. But first I'm going to tell you what to look for in it. The first thing I want to point out is that when the Earth Globe first turns on, there's this sparkling effect, which is actually sunlight reflecting on water. And it is reprised at the beginning of the second section of the show. This is as the Earth is preparing to come into the star field. And we get into our hot colors. And at the beginning of the second section, so we have that same sort of magical effect happening both times to tie the two parts of the show together. Now this next one is an example of my very favorite clip, which is the ripples in the water that gets us a transition from water into vegetation. Clip is that it's actually backwards. The way that the actual clip, stock footage came to us was ripples gradually building. And I said, that's the wrong direction for this transition, so let's run it backwards. And this is its original direction. As the ripples begin to build. Of course, at that point, we're evolving backwards.
Yeah.
Now, one of the most fascinating things to me, with my director's hat on, is what the Earth Globe screens actually do. They have a trick that they do, which is when you're looking at still or very slightly moving imagery, it appears as though these are screens stuck on a surface. But when you put images in motion, it's almost like you jump through a window and you are experiencing whatever it is that you're videoing. And we use this to transition into large creatures. The next section, I've talked about a couple of times, but I haven't had the clip to actually demonstrate this. But as we're looking at various animals that begin to appear, it was important to me that we picked clips where the animals begin to recognize that they are being watched. So I wanted to get clips where they actually look towards the camera. And this goes by very quickly, but I'll freeze the frame. Look down in Australia, the koala bear's looking straight at us. As we move forward, the leopard and the polar bear begin to recognize. And then finally the mountain lion and the giraffe and the antelope are all looking right at us. And then, of course, the best shot of all is the white horse. Wait, who's that? And this is all, of course, leading up to establishing that they're being watched by humans and humans are going to capture them in imagery. Now, the white horse came about because in the Lagoon show that was pitched before we pitched Reflections, there was this artistic interpretation of a show that would culminate in an actual white horse walking across the lagoon. A little bit difficult to actually achieve, but I wanted to sort of pay an homage to the white horse idea in the show. So I knew that we had a cave painting we had to get to, and I knew it was going to be a horse. So I said, let's make it a white horse. But there were no white horse clips, particularly of horses that looked at you. So we had to get a white horse, and we went out by the Grand Cypress on an afternoon. Wow. And we tortured this poor white horse for about an hour. Go back, look at the camera. You're not taking direction. But we actually did eventually get the shot. These are the fun things we got to do to get us out of the desk situation. So, while I was reviewing the video, it occurred to me that we really don't spend very much time between the extinction moment, which is the white flash, all the animals, and then suddenly we're at humanity. And it's actually only 13 seconds. And it looks like this. The cave painting just a little bit to get a close enough match on the horse. And then, of course, we had to create a cave shot because, you know, you call up a stock footage house and you say, have you got any shots of leaving a cave in a hurry? And they say, why, sure. So we had to actually create with computer graphics, and remember this is 1997, so things weren't quite as sophisticated as they are today. And the trick with this shot is we had to glue the cave painting onto a fake cave wall, create the light of a fire so that it looked realistic, then do a pan and travel down the cave and out into the light at the end of the tunnel. And we did several iterations of this before we got it right. The problem that we had early on was in trying to keep the cave 3D model simple, there was no sense of speed other than the light coming at you. So we ended up having to go back and actually make more contour and texture into the cave walls so that you could sense the speed of the movement. And this is just the shot here. And we put it on all the screens so that there was no way anybody's going to miss it. And again, this is the acceleration theme repeating itself. And once we had the horse footage and the cave footage together, we did a study where we put it on a sphere to test the timing. Quite a bit to make sure that we weren't switching images too fast for people to see or taking too much time on any particular one image. In this shot, you will notice that Eurasia and South America have the same ship, and also that the US and Africa have the same ship. Now, this is not a problem because they're on opposite sides of the globe. So it's not like you see two copies of the same ship. You can only see one at a time. And on this shot, if you look at the locomotive, you can see that it's copied and pasted on the back of itself to try and make it appear longer. And so next we have the creativity section, and first I'll show it to you as it appears in the show. Now, all of that painting and getting ready to create, we couldn't find that. We had to create it. So it turned out that our video director at Century 3 that was doing the video production was an artist. And he said, oh, I'll bring in my palette and my paints and I'll paint for you and we'll shoot it. And our video production coordinator, Smokey, brought in his son to work with crayons. And we had a shooting day where it took about a day to create what we ultimately used for about 4 seconds in the film.
A little bit more tilt up. Yeah. Just leave it right there. Don't pan around. Don't pan around.
He's actually a very good artist.
There you go. About 30 degrees off. I'm ready to go. Okay. I'm ready to paint.
Okay, so now go back and put. Good.
That's Jack. And then we wrapped that around the sphere to make sure that we had the edit right on that. Now, this next shot is a very, very important shot, and we had trouble with the timing on this. And the reason is, this is a space shuttle launch, and people know what space shuttle launches look like. And this is how it looks in the show. In reality, it's half that speed. This is actual speed. But we needed to get on with things at this point. We were trying to move fast. So we sped it up. And I think we got away with it. And here is our tapestry section. This, we were video editing all day, and I had ordered a digital video camera online and had it delivered the same day that there was a commercial shoot going on in China for tapestry. And so I went out and just started shooting puppets because we knew we wanted to put the tapestry puppets on the Earth globe if possible. When we saw the commercial shoot footage, it was all too busy and not enough focused on individual performers. So we went back and ended up using my footage on the globe for that section of the show. Now we get into the very important stuff, and we were going to shoot, again, the ethnic cast and try and get them to react to the fire, and so we created what's called an animatic, which is a storyboard with some programming so that we could understand the shots that we had to create when we got the cast in front of cameras.
There comes a time to understand, to reach out and touch tomorrow, take the future in our hand.
And of course you hear Kellie there. So now we have a cast, and we set them in front of a green screen because we don't want to go shoot in the forest. And this took the better part of a day. There you can see our wimpy flames. You'll recognize some of those folks made it into the final shots. Oh yes, we had to remind them not to wear green. If they showed up in green, we sent them home. And then this is how you get a torch runner to run in place. Do you know how hard it is to find a green treadmill? So here's the final way it came together.
The stillness of the night, there comes a time to understand, to reach out and touch tomorrow, take the future in our hand.
And now, it's DVD time. You're going to see the entire Earth video. Is that me? No, we need to go to the beginning. Oh, that's it. Sorry. This is the highest resolution it was ever produced in, and this is the entire video content of the show. think you like it. Now, there's very few things that can top that. And it happens to be bringing up Kellie Coffey. To join with Gavin and give us a real treat. Are you using the handheld mic or?
I'm going to use the...
Okay.
Yes.
This is something that I have wished to experience for years and years. And thank you so much for making it possible.
Thank you so much for letting me be a part of such a beautiful and inspiring show. So privileged.
Greenaway. Oh.
I'm just going to get my excuses in now. I haven't played this for 20 years before last week, so...
And I haven't sung it for 20 years either, so that's hence the lyrics. You all probably know it better than me.
Maybe I should explain what we like to do. This is my scheme, so if it doesn't go well, I will take the blame. I would like them to perform first Promise, because that's really a very, very special tune. That is the wedding song. And then, after we've all recovered from that experience, we thought, since we have you all in the room, and you all know this show so well, that we would ask you to be part of a performance of We Go On. I think you know the words. If you don't, we'll help you out. But I think the best way that we could end this day is really to appreciate the fans and invite you into the experience of this final performance. So we'll after Promise, we'll kind of do a rehearsal pass so that Gavin can coach you along, and then we will have one final We Go On moment together. If that sounds like a plan, we'll do that.
Revelations from every choice we make.
let's have a little rehearsal, if that's okay, to give us the best chance. We won't do the verse just yet, because Kelly knows how that goes. You have an option. If you want to just sing We Go On, that's great. If you know the rest of it, even better. But I'm just going to run us through what happens so we know exactly what's happening where. So you hear the last line. The line to listen out for is another 1,000 circles round the sun. And we all come in with We Go On. And Kelly sings.
To the joy and through the tears.
And again, We Go On.
To discover new frontiers.
Moving on.
With the current of the years.
Now, at this point, Kelly has just sung the note we're going to sing to We Go On.
This is everybody.
Moving on. With the spirit born to run ever on. With each rising sun. Till you
And hold it.
You can stop now and wait. Wait and listen for da 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 da. And the second time. We go. So,
Wow.
maestro, sounding great. Here we go. Here we go. Kelly, over to you.
Make it strong, come on, this is the last time. Make it count.
With the stillness of the night, there comes a time to understand, to reach out and touch tomorrow.
Okay, so we're going to break now and reset up for the autograph session. So you'll get a crack at us. And you have some posters that we can sign for you. And we thank you so much for being with us today for this final farewell. Thank you all.
My excuses in now. I haven't played this for 20 years before last week, so.
And I haven't sung it for 20 years. So that's hence the lyrics. You all probably know it better than me.
Maybe I should explain what I do. This is my scheme, so if it doesn't go well, I will take the blame. I would like them to perform First Promise, because that's really a very, very special tune. That is the wedding song. And then, after we've all recovered from that experience, we thought, since we have you all in the room, and you all know this show so well, that we would ask you to be part of a performance of We Go On. I think you know the words. If you don't, we'll help you out. But I think the best way that we could end this day is really to appreciate the fans and invite you into the experience of this final performance. So we'll after Promise, we'll kind of do a rehearsal pass so that Gavin can coach you along, and then we will have one final We Go On moment together. If that sounds like a plan, we'll do that.
Every day becomes a legacy. Every sunset, each morning, with the promise of opportunity, we can reach for the stars we find along the way. Dreaming as we learn to love every day. Promise you will take my hand as tomorrow comes. We'll go on. We'll go on, growing closer through the years. Moving on through the good times and the tears. Ever on another thousand circles around the sun. If two can be as one, we'll go on. There is music if you listen to the rhythm of each breath we take. Destinations undiscovered, revelations from every choice we make. And I know there are diamonds dancing in the sky. All we have to do is open the